Good morning, County Council. Thank you very much, Deputy Warden, for stepping in for our council meeting. We will now begin our committee, the whole meeting of December 11th, 2025. At this point in time, we'll put a call out for any declarations of interest for this agenda. And seeing none online or here in the chamber, we will move on to business arising from minutes. And item 3A, it's recommended that the evaluation of county-wide library services be considered by the Joint Municipal Services Committee. So this is a notice of motion from Councillor Greig. So Councillor Greig, do you have more wording to share to move before I look for a seconder? Or is it the way that it's been published? Okay, so as published. So I'll need a seconder for us to get it on the floor for discussion. I see it seconded by Councillor Mackey. It's now on the floor for discussion. I'll go to the mover to begin the discussion and then I'll look for other hands.
Thank you, Warden. And just a couple quick comments to this item, which I will just read so that it's, it's on the audio, but that the evaluation of countywide library services be considered by the Joint Municipal Services Committee. Why I think this is important is in the last election, our current board chair acknowledged during an All Canada's debate the significant challenges in front of us with tax levels in our municipality, and to the tune of wanting to create a committee to look at means and ways of lowering the tax levels for our residents. So when I see this year that the budget ask was originally around 11%, I think I'm recognizing that there is a significant fundamental challenge in today's economic times for libraries to be able to monitor and maintain budget increases that are commensurate with levels of inflation in the communities. So I did get looking through Grey County. Our 2024 North Grey Public Library total expenses are $2.143 million. Meaford's $1.113 million. However, that is not net of $152,000, which is part of the On Sound library contract. Hanover $722,000, West Grey $582,000, Southgate $471.8 thousand, Grey Highlands $741,000, Town of Blue Mountains $1.176 million. Cumulatively, this to the Grey County taxpayers is $6,798,196 in 2024 in budget room for the provision of library services across the county to our residents. As we know, Bruce County, right next door, has a countywide library system. Their total 2024 budget line item was $3,742,000, $3,742,694. That is a big difference between Grey County's cumulative total of $6.798 million and the 2024 cumulative total in Bruce County for service provision of $3.742 million. So I think it does behoove us around this table to have our Joint Municipal Services Committee look at this item, see if there is a possibility of moving forward in a more partnership model as opposed to the more isolated model that we're currently deploying. Because as those numbers would indicate on the surface, we are significantly above Bruce County's cost of service provision for library services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. I will look around the room for hands. I'll begin with Councillor Bourgneault online.
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you, and thank you for the notice of motion. Just in relation to the, I think it's a very good idea. Looking at this, my question is if Councillor Greig, through the Municipal Act, as you know, the funding model is set out pretty clearly for municipalities funding libraries at the local level. Have we looked into that as well from a regional perspective?
Okay, so I think the question is directed to the mover.
I have not personally looked into that, and the opportunities that may lay within. That would be something that I would hope would be flushed out during the process of the Services Committee evaluating it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any further hands online. I'll look around the room and I see Councillor Eccles. Thank you.
Well, I still have the scars from the last time that I suggested this, and that's got to be 15 years ago. Maybe we should have a county library system, and then somebody could read the code of conduct. I'm not as concerned about the dollars that are in the library system at the present moment. Some 15 or more years ago when I first suggested this, and it died rather quickly, it was around our county neighbors. Bruce County has a library system. Wellington County has a library system. Simcoe County, I believe, has a library system. I'm not sure about Dufferin. I believe Huron does, because they are one of our neighbors as well too. And where it came from at that point in time was access to some of the individuals in the community of West Grey that live closer to some of those boundaries. And we couldn't get an agreement with those two, at least two counties, to talk about shared library service, as we were a lower tier service and they were an upper tier, and they will not talk to a lower tier service. They weren't going to enter into a partnership. It still stands that way today. So for that reason, to be able to work with our partners, not about as much about the dollar factor, but it is working and making access to libraries by and for our community, that I would like to see this go forward and see what we can do with it. I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. I can clarify that Simcoe County is not city, not county-wide. It is lower tier. And we'll go to Councillor Nielsen online. Just unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My apologies, Ward Microsoft. Just a quick question. If staff have a general idea, we have $250,000 in the budget to do a study on garbage concepts. Is there an idea of what a study would cost to do this, to carry through with this motion?
Okay, we'll go to the CAO.
Through you, Warden. Thank you for that question, Councillor Nielsen. I do want to note that, and as Councillor Eccles alluded to this was reviewed back about 12 years ago, 13 years ago. A report was brought forward in 2014 looking at this. At that time, former CEO Lance Thurston went through and did that review, followed what was called the collaborative decision-making framework, and followed those steps. Did some analysis on those services at that time, and explored alternative models. So we do have some background information based on that previous review, recognizing it is about 12, 13 years old. But there are some findings that came out of that research. That we actually included that as part of our initial report to the Joint Missile Services Committee, just as a bit of a framework in terms of what services have been investigated and reviewed in the past. Again, staff will of course take direction from council regarding whether you want to review this matter further. However, similar to, I think, Councillor Nielsen's question in terms of the regional waste, based on the direction that's been provided by Joint Missile Services Committee and supported by council so far, there's 3 priority areas that staff have been asked to review, and those are already in the process in terms of reviewing those priority topics. So just cognizant in terms of overall resources and capacity. Whether or not this is something that staff could review. If that's the case, it might take some time to review that topic, given the current workload and capacity. At the same time, there could be a consultant that's provided to support this review. I don't know what the cost of that would be. We don't have any indicators in front of me at this point in time in terms of what that would look like. We'd be happy to research that. If the direction from council is to support this motion, we could bring that information back to the Joint Missile Service Committee so they could have that information. But at this stage, I don't know what a consultant supported review would look like in terms of cost.
Okay, thank you. Just before we go on to the next hand up then, so for clarification, CAO, should this motion pass the way that it is, you've identified that the Joint Services Committee has already identified 3 priorities. We as a council have already supported putting some dollars behind that. So even if it were to be staff time, what would happen with this action? If this is the direction that we provide, the way that the notice of motion is written, does that mean that it automatically falls to the bottom of that queue and it becomes the 4th spot? Or does the Joint Services Committee have some leverage to decide how they would like to allocate the time, staff time, as well as resources?
Through you, Gordon, a great question. With respect to how it could play out if council supports this motion, how I would envision this at this stage is that staff would bring an initial report forward to the Joint Missile Service Committee based on what was previously reviewed as part of the library services review, identifying what information was provided at that time and opportunities for efficiencies that were identified and flagged at that time, but recommending that rather than a county-wide system was the end result of that study was to for the library boards to work together, not only within the library boards within Grey County, but the neighboring counties and municipalities as well. So that was what was the end result and the recommendations at that stage. In terms of, and so we would bring that initial report forward. Obviously, further discussion today in terms of we're taking notes as we speak. If it does get support, we would bring back further information for Joint Missile Service Committee to consider that. Again, that committee makes recommendations to this council. So it would come back to this council in terms of that review or that initial report and then seeking further council direction in terms of those pieces. So whether it's a consultant supported review, what the cost would be for that, or staff review and rejuggling of priorities based on what's the direction's been provided by council to date. Those are all options, I guess, that can be unpacked by first considered by Joint Missile Service Committee, but then ultimately approved and supported by council.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification on procedure. We'll go to Councillor McQueen online.
Good morning, Madam Warden, and good morning, County Council. A couple questions. Should we not do certainly going back to the committee, I would see that they'd have further discussion, but would we not do a simple poll to see what the lower tier municipalities are interested in doing? I know that for us in Grey Highlands, we have 3 different branches that service our municipality. And so I don't know, I think in the past, maybe our CAO maybe have some information here as well. But I think the last time we went through this, it did get circulated to the lower tiers and some are maybe in and some are maybe out. But if you don't have a full buy-in from the lower tier, I know it's a budgetary item from the local municipality. Any thoughts on that? Like if there's a great interest in the lower tier, then, but if there isn't, I don't know how we want to, have that discussion if you don't have the buy-in from, and maybe you do, but I think you should have that opportunity to maybe check that out. Thank you.
Okay, I'll look to the CAO for a comment on that.
Through you, Warden, and again, if this motion gets supported, that I would assume we'd be part of the review is having further discussions with each of the library managers, each of the library boards, our neighboring municipalities, neighboring counties, looking at what models that they have. So that would be part of the potential review of looking at that, and then seeing if there's feedback from each of the municipalities in terms of interest, in terms of again, whether the option is to join a county-wide library service model, or if there's other opportunities or options in terms of creating some efficiencies amongst the library boards in terms of shared services.
Follow up, Councillor McQueen?
Yes, thank you for that, and that's good information. I think also there's probably a bit of a science behind each branch of the each library branch or library location that services a certain area, because I know we in Grey Highlands certainly provide service for West Grey and Chatsworth, along with the town of Collingwood provides service for certain residents in Grey Highlands. So we do have some workings that do work with other libraries and other municipalities as well. So, I don't know in the sense of that report if it would reflect on the level of service in the area that it's serving. I think that you need to maybe identify where all the libraries are as well, so you maybe look at what level of service is happening throughout the county. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would add to the comments of Councillor McQueen as well. It's not just the geography and the accessibility of how people can get to resources and branches, but it's also the nature of each of the 9 municipalities' library services. In the example of the town of Blue Mountains, it's a GLAM, it's a gallery, library, archive, and museum, all governed under the one thing. So that may not be the same in the case of all of the municipalities. So there would have to be some clarification on what was meant by library services. Okay. All right. So I don't see any further hands online. I don't see any hands around the room. So it looks like we're ready to call for the vote. So the vote is to consider whether or not that the evaluation of the county-wide library services should be considered by the Joint Municipal Services Committee. I will call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. And that is carried, Madam Clerk. All right. Thank you very much. And we will move on. We have one delegation today, but we do actually have 3 visitors in order to support that delegation. So at this point in time, we'll direct our attention online because the presenters are there. And I would like to welcome Mr. Maurice Voisin and also Chuck Bouillon and also Ken Brown. And I understand, Mr. Voisin, you'll be doing the presenting?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm being, somebody's just... I'm wanting to call you Monsieur Voisin, but I'm understanding
No.
is a Voisin instead? Okay. All right. So Mr. Voisin, welcome. And you have the floor. I know that you have your colleagues with you, and what we'll do is we'll listen to your presentation and then I'll put it out for questions for clarification coming from council members and direct them to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome, and thank you for your time this morning. So I've tried to start to share my screen. Can you see that?
No, we just see yourself at the moment. I'll just look to the clerk. Okay, the clerk is making an adjustment. Just give us a moment.
Sure.
Okay, so our communication staff are going to be sharing it from their stations. So then when you're ready for the next slide, you can just say next slide and we'll advance it for you.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
You're
So wanted to talk about 5 things this morning. First of all, the agenda, it's a once in a generation opportunity for Saugeen Hospice and Grey County. The need for Saugeen Hospice, because the rationale for that, what benefits there are to the community, and just the whole aspect of community leadership and the benefits to Grey and Bruce County Councils. And finally, a call to action. So next slide, please. So we're asking Grey County's consideration, along with Bruce County, for exclusive naming rights for the Family Reflection Room, available for $350,000 combined for the 2 county councils. For 15 years, that's renewable. The Family Reflection Room will serve as a comforting space for families, and it'll promote some regional pride. It's basically the first room that you'll recognize when you come in, and we think it'll be quite well utilized. And next slide, please. This is a location of the Family Reflection Room. So it is fairly central in the in the building and the new Saugeen Hospice. And next slide, please. And this is the scene from the back. So all of the rooms look out to a very picturesque view of an open field behind them. And the family reflection room is circled in green there on your screen. And next slide, please. So our statistics are based on that. The number of deaths in Grey and Bruce annualized is around 1,800 people a year. That impacts close to 9,000 people. We do have an aging population, and according to Ontario Health West, people over 65 in 10 years will make up more than 1/3 of the populations in Grey and Bruce counties, which could result in lots of caregiver burnout, and certainly it's on the rise. So today in Grey Bruce, just to give you a snapshot, there's 12 active hospice residence beds for our population of about 175,000 people. And based on, at the bottom of the screen there, based on the 2024 Ontario Health West needs analysis, Grey Bruce requires 18 hospice residence beds. So that's where the 6 beds comes from proposed for Saugeen Hospice. So the Saugeen Hospice will fill a critical gap of these 6 hospice residence beds that's been identified by Ontario Health West as that. The other benefits, and you can go to the next slide, please. It's closer to home. It fills that critical gap of 6 additional hospice residence beds needed in southern Grey Bruce. So closer to family, more time together, less travel for families. Means they can visit more often, stay longer without the strain of lengthy commutes. You can see how it kind of completes the picture of Grey Bruce at the lower part of Grey and Bruce counties, and also closer to local community support for that stronger emotional support for people that are transitioning. And the residents and their families can remain connected. Their faith groups can continue to visit them, and local counselors while accessing Saugeen Hospice in dedicated grief and bereavement services. So it's really a dedicated service that we're proposing. And next slide, please. So just to give you an idea, so Saugeen Hospice was incorporated in 2021. It's a not-for-profit community corporation. The plan is to build a freestanding 6-bed hospice in southern Bruce County and East Ridge Park in Walkerton. Brockton has donated 3 acres of land, and that's the picture you see at the top of the screen. We're anticipating welcoming our first resident in the summer of 2028. So, next slide, please. So this is kind of an aerial view of the Saugeen Hospice. You can see that we've incorporated a number of parking spaces on it. We hope that it becomes a training center. We hope that there are lots of visitors. We've also considered our Amish and Mennonite neighbors, and there's 3 horse tie-ups at the edge of the parking lot for their convenience. And like I said, the building, all of the rooms face a field at the back, so that would be the scene when they would look out their windows and their patios there. We also have cuddle beds in the plan, so that individuals that are residents there can go out with the bed. It'll pass through the patio doors, and they can spend time on the patio to enjoy the sunshine and the view with their family members or their treasured pet, whatever they desire. And next slide, please. So this is the opportunity, the call to action. A $350,000 investment secures exclusive naming rights for the family reflection room for 15 years. You can see to the left there that they would be welcomed, that this was sponsored by Grey and Bruce County Councils. So high visibility, lots of media coverage as well as newsletters And Grey County and Bruce County would be recognized on our donor walls and at community events as well. And next slide, please. So the Family Reflection Room will become a place of comfort, respite, and regional pride. We envision that the room itself will have landmarks and pictures of local municipalities in both Grey and Bruce counties, so that and the names of the contributing municipalities as well as Grey and Bruce County. And next slide, please. And just that we'd like to consider local artwork and familiar landscapes, and to develop it into a real, home-like atmosphere where people, perhaps if a resident is sleeping, the family will be able to come here for some comfort and family time while they allow their family member to rest. And so we think this will be a very well-utilized part of Saugeen Hospice. And next slide, please. So this is just a little expansion that the Family Reflection Room will be a place of comfort, from respite, and also regional pride. Elements would include paintings or photographs of familiar landscapes in Grey and Bruce counties. It'll have comfortable seating, armchairs, couches, and some soft lighting to evoke that home atmosphere, and also some reflective touches like bookshelves and quilts and a coffee and tea nook, so people can refresh themselves and take a break. There will be a recognition wall with a plaque and framed inscription noting that this room was in place because of support from the county councils of Grey and Bruce. And next slide, please. So we're hoping that that there will be a shared sponsorship, a legacy of leadership in compassionate care, that the counties of Grey and Bruce will be recognized as being proactive, that they are fulfilling, providing dignity and compassionate end-of-life support for residents, as well as providing support for local families, and that this is a response to a real local needs that's been identified by the Ontario West Health Association, and making hospice residents care accessible as well as closer to home and closer to family. We certainly would envision visible community recognition through plaques and donor materials, and also family gratitude. It provides a legacy of regional stewardship that we would want to build across both counties, and will lay the groundwork for future collaboration. And then finally, I just wanted to touch on our call for action. So next slide, please. So the Saugeen Hospice Board respectfully requests that Grey County Council considers directing its treasurer to work collaboratively with the treasurer of Bruce County. And the joint effort would aim to develop a feasibility report detailing the financial and operational considerations of a $350,000 shared sponsorship for the Family Reflection Room in the planned Saugeen Hospice. And just a note there, the funding model may involve equal annual contributions from each county spread over a term of 1 to 5 years beginning in 2026. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be all at once in 1 year. And once the joint report is complete, it will be presented to both Grey and Bruce County Councils for review and a formal vote by their respective councillors. So that's kind of, I think we were kind of allotted 10 minutes to provide those slides. So that was a fairly quick review, but we would invite questions. Chuck is our business manager, and Ken Brown is the first vice chair of the Saugeen Hospice Board. I recently joined the board in May and live in Mildmay. But I worked at Southeast Grey Support Services and in Councillor McQueen's area for 20 years supporting adults with developmental disabilities. So well informed about the Grey County aspects of our area. So open to questions, Madam Warden or councillors, that you may have to follow up on the slides.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, thank you for the service that you provide for our residents in both Grey and Bruce counties. We very much appreciate that. And thank you for sharing your detailed presentation to give us that information up front. So I will in a moment just put it out to council committee, the whole members, if they have any questions, and I'll direct the questions to you, or perhaps it may be to one of your team.
Yes.
Normally what we do is we don't pass a motion at the end of a delegation. In your particular case, you have indicated that there is an ask, a financial ask, that would require a motion to ask for a staff report, for example. So that may happen at the end, depending on how the committee of the whole so wishes. So with that, I will put it out to questions. I'll look online for any hands raised, and I will look around the room. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands here in the room. And we'll begin with Doug Hutchinson online.
Yes, good morning, Warden and staff. Question for Mr. Foysen. You mentioned about the funding from Grey and Bruce counties, and you also mentioned that Minto may be involved with some usage. Are you expecting funding from Minto or in some of the other regions in the area also?
Yes, we did a presentation for Minto Council back in October. And so asking them, as well as a number of other municipalities, that we went out just to give an update and let them know that our building fund is active, and consideration for budgetary consideration for 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll look around the room to see if there are further questions. And not seeing any in the room or online. I will just ask a question. I know that I've asked it before when representation has come forward, and it's just a good opportunity for members of the public following along to understand as well. In the map, it shows your locations and where you hope to expand into your location, and it is wonderful that you're looking to do that, extend your service. As the mayor of the Blue Mountains over in the east side of the county, we do a lot of work with Georgian Triangle Hospice. So I just wonder if you could just explain what the relationship is between the hospices around the region, in order to make sure that we're doing a wraparound opportunity for all residents in Grey County to find someplace close to home, as you're trying to do further south in our county.
Yeah. So maybe I defer to Chuck to answer that question.
I think Ken can handle that, because he's been part of this for 12 years.
Okay. We've been working, discussing this with Chapman House here in Shores Hospice, and Grey Bruce Hospice originally spearheaded this project. This was going to be a satellite of Grey Bruce Hospice, along with Chapman House, but we took over about 4 years ago. We haven't been doing a great deal because while Chapman House is providing the service presently, we're still focusing on organizing, infrastructure, government relations, the build. So it won't be for another year until we've got something concrete to offer that we'll be reaching out formally to the other two hospices to see how we can work together. Right now, we're strictly on paper, but we are looking forward to working closely with them when we have shovels in the ground and we're getting closer to opening.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify then, when you say the other two, you mean Chapman House and the one that's located in Collingwood? Because that is the one that
no, I'm saying it here in Shores in Tiverton.
Okay.
We haven't had any correspondence with Collingwood yet, but we will once we.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is very helpful. Okay, so with that then, I'll just look to council, committee of the whole members, to see if there is a will to do a motion. It does say that you're here early in your plans, which is always very helpful for us to be able to follow through on the progress. And I'm not seeing any hands to make a motion. So it looks like we'll take this information away with us. And then if you keep in touch with our county staff, as you get closer to particular moments in time where you really do need to ask about commitments into the next year, and then we'll be able to entertain information coming from staff about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes all of our delegations for this morning. So we will move on to item 5, which would be the call for consented items that need to be pulled. There are 11 items in item 6 that are scheduled on the consent agenda, 11 items going down to 6K. So I will just ask now for any hands to be raised on any items in the consent agenda that somebody wishes to have a separate discussion for. I know there is a relationship in terms of the correspondence that came with regards to the conservation authorities, but of course we have that topic coming up later in our items for discussion already. Okay. I do not see any hands up, Madam Clerk, for any items to be pulled from those 11 items. So in that case, then it's recommended that the following consent agenda items be received and that staff be authorized to take the actions necessary to give effect to the recommendations in the staff reports, and that correspondence be supported or received for information as recommended in the consent agenda. May I ask for a mover? Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Dickert. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that motion is carried, Madam Clerk. Right. Doing well for time, we will move on to items for discussion. So the first item to get on the floor for discussion, it's recommended that the Budget and Finance Committee meeting minutes dated November 26, 2025 be adopted as presented and the following resolutions contained therein be endorsed. Number 1, that report FRBFC 2225 regarding corporate financial update as September 30th be received for information. And number 2, that the $30,000 expenditure for the social pinpoint be referred to County Council for further discussion in the 2026 budget discussions. Number 3, that the matter regarding the proposed increase to asset management reserve contributions for 2026 be referred to County Council during the 2026 budget discussions. Number 4, that the matter regarding the possibility of the GTR fare increases be referred to County Council 26 budget discussions. And number 5, that the report FRBFC 2425 regarding the 2026 draft budget be received, and that finally, number 6, that the 2026 draft budget be presented and be forwarded to County Council for consideration. So this, of course, these were minutes that were done at a very close-knit in terms of timeline meeting. The Budget and Finance Committee met on November 26th, and then right next week we were already discussing the budget. And here we are gathered, ready and poised to do our second part of the discussions tomorrow. So these items here, this is just simply to be receiving the minutes and the motions that were contained therein, which is something we're already acting on. So any discussion about these items should really be reserved for tomorrow during the day as we crack open the draft budget and continue with our deliberations. So with that, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by Councillor Carleton. To receive these minutes and the motions that are contained therein, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, then I will call the vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so the next one required for discussion is item 7B. And it is recommended that PDR CW 7025 be received and that county staff be directed to submit report PDR CW 7025 as the County of Grey comments on environmental registry posting 0251257, and that the County of Grey requests assurance from the province that the establishment of the new Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency will not be funded by the municipal portion of the Conservation Authority levies, and that it will not be funded from current Conservation Authority budgets, and that Grey County requests that the province pause on passing any further changes to the Conservation Authority structure until further analysis has been conducted and additional details are released on the new proposed models, and that report PDR CW 7025 be shared with members of Provincial Parliament Paul Vickers and Brian Saunderson, as well as member municipalities, AMO, and conservation authorities having jurisdiction in Grey County, and that staff be authorized to carry out the above prior to County Council approval as per section 26.6B of the procedural bylaw 513422. So with that, may I ask for a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor? Okay, it's moved by Councillor Gregg, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. It's now on the floor for discussion. So I do know that the Deputy CAO and Director Taylor will be presenting some information with a slideshow. I do recognize that CAO Tim Lanthea is also present in the room with additional expertise that may come in handy in terms of the discussion. Thank you very much for spending your time here today. And is Jennifer Vincent? No, okay.
From Saugeen Valley.
Oh, okay. There you go. Sorry, I didn't see you there behind the chair. Okay, we also have representation from Saugeen Valley, the general manager. So thank you very much for both of you being present here today. I will turn to the lectern for the Deputy CAO.
Good morning, Morden. Good morning, members of County Council, and through you. I'm going to go through a slide deck which highlights some of the key parts from the report. I recognise it's a fairly lengthy report that's in front of you today. It's been drawn together through some collaboration both within Grey County with some of our member municipalities and, as indicated, with conservation authorities that have a role to play within Grey County. So I'm hoping to pull out some of the finer elements of the report to highlight those for Council's awareness. So a quick bit of background. Conservation authorities are formed underneath the Conservation Authorities Act. That was passed in 1946. It hasn't been a static act by any stretch of the imagination and has gone through successive changes, including one of the most notable ones, which was probably in 1954 after following Hurricane Hazel. The act has been strengthened and changed and focused over various different points in time, most recently to introduce a single mandate for a single policy regulation for all 36 conservation authorities, and to introduce some key performance indicators that conservation authorities need to report to the province on. That's important because it's one of the things that the provincial proposals in front of us today are actually indicating are seeking to address. And so some of that stuff is already within the Act. The Act has been changed by the current provincial government in order to help address some of the development priorities that they've indicated, including the building of 1.5 million new homes. They are unique in many respects as an agency and as a body. They are formed at the request of their member municipalities. So the Act creates a legislative environment for a conservation authority to be formed, but the conservation authority being formed is a municipal process. It's embedded in local municipalities who have the voice to request the establishment of a conservation authority, have the ability to request the amalgamation, growth, change of mandate of a conservation authority, and have the ability to request the dissolution of a conservation authority. So whilst they are formed by provincial legislation and operate within a legislative context and have reporting relationships to ministries, which has changed over time, they are in essence formed at the request, changed at the request of member municipalities. That is structured through boards of governance, which currently represent just member municipalities. Again, a change which has strengthened municipal voices over recent years around the Conservation Authority tables. Again, that's important because some of the changes that are being proposed actually change that fundamental relationship between municipalities and conservation authorities by introducing a new provincial oversight body which has fairly significant powers of control over the work of local conservation authorities. So there's 36 of them in the province at this point in time. As I say, There's a history of amalgamations, a history of conservation authorities being created and changed over time, but currently there are 36 of them. Once again, they're established at the request of member municipalities. And in Grey County at the minute, there are 4 operating conservation authorities, Saugeen and Grey Sauble being the 2 largest, but we do have Grand River Conservation Authority in the south and Nottawasaga obviously over towards the east. One of the other things which is perhaps a little bit silent in some of the materials coming from the province, but we feel is an important part of this conversation, is source water protection. As we know in Grey and Bruce counties, and particularly within Grey, we have a very strong reliance on groundwater and water supplies which residents pull through wells and rely on for their drinking water. And so source water protection is a body of work which sits very closely aligned with conservation authorities. And in Grey County, we have 2 source water protection regions and 2 source water protection committees. And so that's the fine lines and the thicker lines on this map in front of you. And they help manage and ensure risks are managed to source water protection areas. So they define areas where there are risks for water, public water supplies, and help to manage those. And again, that work is very closely aligned with the work of conservation authorities at this time. And it is unclear in some of the provincial recommendations where source water protection would sit and how that would be managed on a go-forward basis. So the proposed changes that are in front of us by the province break down into essentially 2 parts. And the first part is the formation of a new provincial conservation agency. This would be to undertake some strategic management and leadership of newly formed regional conservation authorities. This provincial body would sit alongside the ministries in the province which conservation authorities already have relationships with. At this point in time, it would be MECP. It's been MNRF in the past, but currently MECP that they work with. It would be governed by a board of 5 to 12. There's no real clarity on how that board would be selected or how that board would be representative of the work of conservation authorities across the province. And there's some information around what the expectations of that provincial agency would be, which is as general as providing broad oversight, but also goes down as far as indicating that they would have control over how conservation authorities procure items and the work that conservation authorities do. So as it's posted at the minute, that provincial conservation body would have fairly broad suite of powers and influence over the work that conservation authorities would do. It's indicated by the province that this board would be funded by the conservation authorities at this point in time, or have the ability to levy its costs out to conservation authorities. And so it's unclear how much that would cost and how exactly that would trickle down. Further, the second part of the proposals that sit in front of us is the amalgamation of the 36 existing conservation authorities into what are being called regional conservation authorities, or RCAs, and there would be 7 of those that they've been proposed at this point in time. It's worth indicating that repeatedly the province has indicated there are no changes to services, there are no job losses, and the work that conservation authorities will do will continue to be the same tomorrow as it is today, just with these new regional structures and this new conservation agency at the provincial level. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, there are key performance indicators already in place for conservation authorities, which are required to be reported to the province on an annualized basis. So one of the drivers behind this change is to instigate consistency and performance, consistent performance across the province of Ontario. And so just to reiterate, a few years ago, all 36 conservation authorities had slightly different regulations. They had their own founding regulations, which informed how they managed natural hazards in their watershed and guided how and where they were able to permit development. That was standardized a number of years ago. We now have a single regulation that all 36 conservation authorities operate under. And they're required to meet timelines for permit approvals under that. And I don't detail what they are, but basically there's a 30 and a 90-day window that they have to review completed permit applications and make those decisions. Double checked with the 2 conservation authorities that are in the room today as we prepared the report today. And in 2024, GSCA attained more than 99% compliance with those targets and met 100% of the major permits. So they're meeting those KPIs. And whilst I didn't get the information from Eric in time to include with this, the story is very similar within Sorguin. And in fact, the 30 and the 90-day window that can sometimes feel like maybe it's taken 29 or 89 days and they're achieving those targets. It's usually they are significantly quicker than that. And in fact, in Sorguin, and Eric, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the average permit time is about 4 days. And so these permits are being processed and reviewed quite promptly. The province has also taken a strong control in terms of planning fees. And so again, these have been largely taken out of the control of local conservation authorities. And we are, I think, entering into the 3rd year of a planning permit fee freeze. So what are we looking at in terms of the new areas? So Grey County would be part of 2 of the new regional conservation authorities, or RCAs, the Huron-Superior RCA and the Lake Erie RCA. Southgate, as a member municipality, would also be part of both the 2 new regional conservation authorities. So it's not that Grey County and all of its member municipalities go from having multiple conservation authorities to having just one. We are still have 2 that cover Grey County, and our member municipalities at times also have more than one. The amalgamation would see for Lake Erie 8 existing conservation authorities combined, and they would serve under Lake Erie around about 81 municipalities would now be served by that regional conservation authority. And for Huron-Superior, it would combine 7 existing CAs and would serve approximately 80 municipalities. So these are significantly larger than they were before. For all conservation authorities, this is a change in their watershed boundary, despite these still being watershed-based areas. These are a change for all the conservation authorities, with the exception of one. So Toronto Region Conservation Authority boundary stays exactly the same, but it does see a name change to the Central Lake Ontario Regional Conservation Authority. Just for some context, and there's a number of different things, and I thank Mr. Lantier for his comments on this one, and I had to bring in something which reflected my accent, of course, and so just for some context on how large these areas are, you could drive from the southernmost tip, Land's End, for anyone that has been there, in Cornwall in the UK, right the way through the whole of the UK, crossing through England and Scotland to the northernmost tip, crossing 2 countries and numerous different jurisdictions. And it's around about the same distance as it is from the southern tip of the Huron-Superior Conservation Authority to its northernmost tip. And again, the most direct route takes you through 2 countries. It's actually quicker to drive through the US than it would be to stay in Canada, driving from the north to the south end of our regional conservation area. As Mr. Lantier has said, this is larger. The area that it would be encompassing would be larger than the country of Belize. So these are very, very, very significantly large areas. Perhaps more so than just the physical size of them is the differences that are within them. So the Huron-Superior Conservation Authority touches on Richmond Hill and it's further south. And so Richmond Hill and the cities in King City, as you track up towards Barrie, there is an urban population within the Huron-Superior Regional Conservation Area of over 550,000 people. And so we would shift from having conservation authorities that respond to the needs of a rural population, an agricultural population, to a conservation authority which speaks to a dominant population, which is urban and a very significantly growing GTA type environment. Again, something to be borne in mind. When we distill the concerns down of the proposals, both looking at the responses that we've seen coming from conservation authorities and their boards, and when we look at some of the concerns that have been shared by municipalities, they sort of fall into these 5 broad buckets. So the first one is there is significant erosion of local elected governance because there's no clear direction as to how local members would be represented on what could be insanely large boards. There's a negative impact to potential programs and services such as education, stewardship and recreation, which are largely silent within the proposals that are in front of us. And these tend to be the services that communities rely on and respond to most favorably. There's an erosion of the rural and agricultural voices in favor of an urban and suburban one. We would be a relatively small player within a very large urban environment under the new regional conservation authority models. There's a potential for increased costs because we don't have those regional structures just yet. And we don't have the provincial agency just yet. And so the costs of those would have to find a home somewhere. And there's no change or improvement to the services that are being provided by conservation authorities. They're operating under the same regulations and the same number of staff. As Mr. Lantier said, if you like conservation authorities today, your services tomorrow will be worse. If you don't like conservation authorities today, the services that are provided will be the same tomorrow, and you'll just be paying more for them. So I'll go over these fairly quickly and just pull out one or two. These are all within the report with some noted differences. So there are, so just to talk about some of the local service delivery very briefly, if we think about some of the things that we see locally around local service delivery, so the GSCA has a foundation, there's an arboretum at Inglis Falls. There are a number of community activities which are undertaken on a local basis. We, Grey County, rely on services on a contract basis in terms of trails management, forestry bylaw management, and various different other programs. There's no clarity where those local programs may sit within these regional conservation authorities. Where under those ones, under those large areas, would these locally tailored services sit? There's also a very significant concern around municipal representation. These are huge bodies, and it's very difficult to see that we'd be able to achieve the same municipal local voice on them. And emergency management, conservation authorities have become key partners in terms of emergency management with unique understandings of how watersheds respond to things such as freeze-thaw events, fragile ice events, and to severe weather events such as flooding. As we noted, there's a rural-urban differential there. The conservation authorities undertake huge amounts of asset management. Indeed, there was a good news article this morning on CBC expressing some concerns about Thunder Bay, where they have some urbanized flood control structures, which the municipalities have been putting money aside for replacement, renewal, and repair. What happens to those reserves built up for asset management in these broad models? The local agreements that we've mentioned could be impacted by this, and local staffing. So local staffing is important. Our conservation authorities employ people in our local communities who pay tax, who buy housing, and participate in local communities. If there's any change in that, particularly if they're getting pulled into centres of population, do we see an erosion of employment within our communities? I'm going to spend a little bit more time perhaps on some of the costs. These are largely unknown at this point in time, but in the unknownness of them, what we can tell is there is an increase in costs. So if you read, just as I mentioned, TRCA boundaries don't change. One of their biggest concerns is cost. Transitional cost of changing their brand is significant. And if it's big enough for Toronto to worry about and there's no boundary change, we're talking about changing 36 different conservation authorities' websites and permitting platforms onto new platforms. We're talking about letterhead changes, branding changes, and all of those various different things. The sides of vehicles need to be changed. These are transitional costs and they don't change the impact, but there is a high cost associated with those transitional costs. Our municipal funding models are unique. And so under the recent changes to the Conservation Authorities Act, the province bears a small part of their costs, and the municipal levy is apportioned over 3 different sections, one for mandatory services, and the other 2 allow for municipalities to shape to a degree the services that they get from each one of their conservation authorities. So there's a uniqueness in the way in which they're funded. How will that funding translate into the new term? The provincial agency will have costs, and it has the power to apportion those costs out, which essentially mean those costs will be apportioned to municipalities. This is a cost download for a service which we have little oversight of. The equalisation of wages, resources and services is another piece which is important to note. As I say, the southern extent of the Huron-Superior Conservation Authority is dealing with at the very north end of the GTA. It's arguable that salaries and wages of staff in that south end to the north end are going to be different, determined by local needs and so on and so forth. However, under a regional conservation authority model, a GIS tech in the north would expect to earn the same as a GIS tech in the south. As has played out many times through past amalgamations, there is never a leveling down through amalgamation. You only ever level up, which will probably drive increased costs. There's very little noted about source water protection, which is, of course, of critical importance to residents in Grey County. There's little to be said about the charitable foundations and volunteers. Some conservation authorities have very significant charitable work that they've undertaken and large reserves associated to that. And lands management. It's one of the things which many residents of Grey County will rely on a regular basis, is accessing the lands that are managed by our conservation authorities in our area. Some of those lands are deliberately set aside for recreation, and Inglis Falls would be a good example of that, but many of those lands are passively available for recreation. They require management, they require local awareness, and they require local input. How will those lands continue to be managed on a go-forward basis? So the bill was announced on the 7th of November, Bill 68. It was an omnibus bill. It was tabled for first reading on 6th of November and received royal assent 21 days later on the 27th. And this was one of the pieces within it. And so in essence, the legislation has been passed that creates the new Provincial Conservation Authority. So it's already legislatively able to be formed. And so we're recommending that council passes a motion to request that the costs of that new agency are not downloaded. In the sense of looking at this from what the province is trying to achieve, you never want to go head to head with the province. And so we have sat around and had ideas about other ways in which the province may achieve the same outcomes without necessarily incurring the costs and the loss of local control. So modernization, efficiency, and consistency are good things. Reliable service delivery is a shared goal. And I think I can speak for the conservation authorities we've worked with. We're all united in that goal. There are existing tools already in place that can create consistency across the province, can create the consistency of tools that they use, can create consistency of the key performance indicators they work to without the high costs and overall disruptive system overhaul. These could include, as part of that process, some amalgamations. These amalgamations may be sensible where they are evidence-based, geographically appropriate, and where CAs and member municipalities agree that there are efficiencies that could be found without incurring those high costs and without impacting the loss of local service delivery. The province has already done some work in terms of implementing key standardized fees and looking at key performance indicators. Much more could be done in terms of that regard, and that could be achieved through standardized best practices, technical guidances and policies that are applied across the province. And we understand that conservation authorities are very open to those conversations. To date, there's not been any consultation. Now, when I say to date, there has been some consultation, just nothing that we've been part of at this point. I'm hoping that there are members around the table that have. There's been no consultation or engagement on this approach. This was an announcement made by the province, and as I say, Bill 68 has already received royal assent. However, we are aware that there are regional meetings occurring and believe there was one on December the 8th in Collingwood. The invitations were sent for that, and I'm hoping some members received them. As we are not a direct funding partner for a conservation authority, the county has not been involved in those consultations to date, but anticipate our member municipalities have. So I'll end with a recap of the recommendations. We're basically asking for county council support to respond to the province through its ERO posting, which is due in late December. We're asking for assurances that there are no additional costs that are headed the way of our member municipalities in respect to the new conservation agency. And we're seeking for a pause on further changes on the basis that we'd like to see some evidence base around the effectiveness of these new regional conservation authorities. And with that, I'm available for questions. I apologize for taking a few minutes there. Director Taylor is also available, and at your pleasure, Warden, I believe our two general managers would be happy to take questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No apologies necessary. We needed that information in front of us, so thank you very much. Director Taylor, is there anything that you wanted to add before I open it? Okay, so with that, as we said to you, we do have General Manager Eric Downing as well as CAO Tim Lanthier here ready to add any additional information. So with that, I will put it out to committee of the whole members if they have questions or discussion or comments. We'll start with Councillor Body.
There we go. Thank you. I believe Mr. Lante was on open line yesterday. If he gave a answered a question about how much money is coming from the province and where the money comes from, and I think that's kind of important for us to hear. I guess the province isn't talking about cutting costs, but like it's peanuts that they're putting in. If Tim could answer that, it was just briefly what the Ontario government used to put in, what they put in now, and where the money's coming from. I think it's good for all of us to hear it.
Okay, so I'll encourage CEO Lanthier if you'd like to come to the lectern, and the Deputy CEO will assist you with the mic.
Thank you, Madam Warden and Council. I'll speak with regards to Grey Sauble Conservation Authority's budget, and it won't be exactly the same across the province, but the model generally remains the same. So when the Conservation Authorities first started, it started as Deputy CAO mentioned, as a partnership between the province and the municipalities rather, but at the behest of the municipalities. And at that time, it's my understanding that budget was split 50-50 between the province and the municipalities. Today, moving into 2026 for Grey Sauble Conservation Authority's budget, we're funding 50% of that budget ourselves through self-generated revenues that may, in fact, be at risk through this amalgamation. Our municipal partners are funding about 43% of that budget, and the province is coming to the table with 7%. Now, in Grey Sauble's case, it's important to recognize that the lion's share of that 7% is drinking water source protection work that we do for Grey Sauble, for Saugeen, and for Northern Bruce Peninsula. So when we look at the money that the province is bringing forward to Grey Sauble Conservation Authority for the natural hazards work that seems to be one of the drivers here, it's about 1% of our budget, or it's $37,000 of a $4.25 million budget. Hopefully that helps to answer the question.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you. And thank you to our representatives from the conservation authorities for being here. And I can add that SPCA is not much different in those numbers. What I did want to add to the Deputy CAO is that I attended that Collingwood session on Monday. And from still unknown, of course, we don't know what we don't know. But for the first 3 years, the province will totally fund this new agency of oversight. After that, we don't know. The transition of letterhead and that branding piece was spoken about at the meeting, and it would be transition. So as you run out of business cards and stationery and those things, then you would reorder under the new brand. But again, what that brand looks like would be a decision of the new regional conservation authority. The assets piece of the puzzle, the lands that have been purchased through means of each individual conservation authority is supposed to remain intact. The question of lands that have been donated by landowners so that the conservation authority could protect them locally in perpetuity would fall within those assets and be under the management of the new 7 regional conservation authorities. So there's the potential for losing some of that land management and agreement that we have with those donees. So I really do appreciate the Deputy CAO's presentation. It really summarized it very clearly. There are still too many unknowns. I support the comments that are going forward. They did attempt to share or dispel some of the concerns with regard to what this all looks like. But in my opinion, introducing another level of oversight increases costs and won't speed up the process. I fully support the province providing the tools that are available to some larger conservation authorities so that we're all playing and have those same tools to work with. And there are efficiencies that could be found through that. So thank you very much for the presentation, the report. There's still more information to be had.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll go to Councillor McKay.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a lot of information through you, Warden. I sat on conservation in the good days. I'm talking, sat on there for 25 years with good funding from the province, and we seemed to get along quite good. There was a lot of donations of volunteer and giving land. And I have a real concern that we're going to lose all that, because I still am a believer that they don't really think of us north of Highway 7. So the more we can do to support our local conservation, we need to do it or we're going to be in trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Eccles, but then I'll just ask perhaps if either Eric or Tim might want to add anything to that question that has been resonating quite a bit about local donations of land. So when people have, as Councillor McKay has outlined, put it into the hands of a conservation authority, believing that it would be forever locally managed and protected. What would happen if they have any further information on that process? We'll go to Councillor Eccles in the meantime.
I've said on the conservation, Saugeen conservation numerous times back and forth. I guess out of the whole bill and this restructuring and whatnot, what is the province trying to fix? What's the problem?
Actually, I'm not sure I can take a stab. I think ultimately, if we look at the broad suite of what the province is committed to in terms of its policy agenda over both its previous term and its current term, there is a housing shortage in the province of Ontario. They are looking to put in place ways of getting more houses built quicker and reducing red tape to do so. And so if we're following that logic through, and I'm not going to make any comment on that direction, but if you follow that logic through, the intent behind this would be to eliminate red tape, reduce red tape to allow for more houses to be built quicker. If we follow the policy intent of the province, that is what this is driving at. And then if you take that next step, Conservation Authority red tape is a barrier to the development of $1.5 million new homes. And therefore, by taking a stronger provincial role over larger regional bodies, the intent would be to lower overall costs and cut red tape to speed up permitting times. Somewhat with my tongue inside my cheek, for the benefit of Saugeen Valley residents, that would be trying to reduce a permit time of 4 days to something quicker than 4 days. And so I will leave it to that. That is what I understand the intent behind this bill and act is for.
Okay, thank you for that attempt to answer. A follow-up, Councillor Eccles?
I too was in Collingwood on Monday morning, and you know, that's a better answer than what I got there. But I'm still struggling to figure out what is going on here. Is it just to get conservation back to what the legislation said back in 1954? Mr. Lenthy said that 43% was self-generated funding. I believe that's what was it, 50% is self-generated, somewhere around there. And a number of the conservation authorities that were in Collingwood, there was a representative from Thunder Bay there, matter of fact, as well too. But I guess the point being is that in 54, was it that this was a business case to be driven? Is that what we're looking at here? That, you know, conservation authorities have gone this way? I don't know. Like, and I'm not certain that I can't support the way that this is being put out. If it is to fix a problem, that we have no idea what it is to fix. So I'm into the dark, and hopefully, you know, maybe at December 25th at Christmas in Owen Sound, they'll give us an answer. You know, the present will be presented to us. Hopefully, Mr. Body, you know, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and it was 50% self-funded, such as educational programming. Okay, so we've got a question here from Councillor Kentner. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Warden Matrosov. I think Councillor Eccles really nailed this maybe 2 weeks ago when we were talking about other aspects of provincial consolidation and centralization. I think it is, and I think there's a great danger of actual privatization of the assets, of some of the assets that have been developed through the years by the conservation authorities. I think it's a worst case scenario, and that I applaud all the efforts that are being made. The municipality of Meaford approved a very lengthy motion yesterday, which will be circulated to everyone because we need a lot of pushback here if we're going to prevent quite a disastrous situation. Thank you.
Okay, so the question of assets is a good segue. CEO Lanthier or General Manager Downing, did you have any additional information about the legacy of gifts that have land gifts that have been given to the conservations authorities, and anything further, or are you unknown of any further information? Okay, here comes an attempt. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'd like to preface this with this is speculation because we have not been provided with enough information to provide solid answers. What I'm going to draw on is my own experience in my role, both in managing Conservation Authority lands and then my role as the CAO of the Conservation Authority, is that inevitably, periodically, we will have a member at our board table that asks, you know, funding's tight. Is there any land that we can divest of to help with operating funding? My stance has always been that one-off sales of property and assets are not good solutions to operating funding shortfalls because they're one-off. My concern lies in that when we scale up to a regional board where our 80 local member municipalities, and I say local across the region, are not familiar with the different corners of our actual local areas, what's local to us today, is that there's going to be a disconnect between what we see on paper or a map and what we value in our local communities. And I think that disconnect raises risk in terms of the potential for those lands to be divested of, when the goal of conservation authorities right now in land management is to preserve those in perpetuity for our communities. Again, that is speculation based on my experience in this role. Thank you.
Thank you. And while you're there, wait, don't go too far. While you're there. So while that meeting was on, I was actually at Parliament Hill with Conservation Ontario. It was the Great Lakes Day where there were 16 organizations all advocating for the Great Lakes, such as environmental stewardship, and Conservation Ontario was there loud and present. Angela Coleman was there along with Bonnie Fox. So what are you hearing in terms of restructure, new model, etc.? We've zeroed in on the idea that right now we know in our local conservation authorities, our municipalities are represented through, there's one each or maybe two depending on population, but we know that the voices are all there. Then we know that the chair of that that local conservation authority will then take that voice and sit together with Conservation Ontario, which provides good advocacy and good dialogue with the province, and in this particular case, the federal level as well. So what is the discussion about what would happen with that structure? Because there's already a deficit if a new board of a much larger one means not every municipality will be seated there. What about that structure where then that voice gets carried by the chair and the CAOs sitting around at Conservation Ontario together?
So, Madam Warden, I just want to make sure that I understand the question. Are we asking about what happens to the entity that is Conservation Ontario, or we are? Okay. I don't have an answer for that. I am concerned that if we are rolled up into 7 regions, that I'm concerned for Conservation Ontario. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go over to Councillor Dobrain.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, getting back to the funding model where 50% is self-generated, 43% is municipally funded, where originally it was a 50-50 partnership. Could you elaborate on the use of those self-generated funds? I know from Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, we have campgrounds which are totally self-supporting and help alleviate some of the municipal burden. The fees from environmental planning and regulations, if they were actually even close to cost recovery, help reduce the burden on the taxpayer, the municipal burden, because development should pay for development. With the province only contributing a small portion, 1% in the case of Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, maybe upwards of 3%, but also the source water protection, I understand they did say on Monday that that would be protected. The self-generated funds, if the province were actually partners in this, would we need to utilize those self-generated funds? Would we need to rely on those self-generated funds to support the conservation goal?
Yeah, that's an interesting question and an interesting way to think about it. I just say that in the fact that I hadn't thought about that because that money just doesn't exist from the province. I think what it would allow us to do, so I'm going to step back a second before I answer that question fully and look at how Grace Hovels, because again, I can only speak to my own organization, but how our funding model and revenues and what we do with those revenues has changed over the last 5 to 10 years. And some areas where we've seen dramatic increases in our localized funding is the primary one that I'll lean on is our parking program. So we've done very, very well with our parking program over the last 5 to 10 years, such that in 2025, we're expecting over $400,000 in revenues from that. What that means in terms of our relationship with the municipalities is that our operations department that looks after those lands on the ground, hands-on, day to day, the levy ask in that department initially dropped and has maybe just come back to where it was at that point. So anyway, I guess what I'm saying is the levy has remained static in that. But in conjunction with that, levy staying static, we've been able to expand the staffing in that program area to provide better visitor experience and better protect the natural environment. And we've been able to bolster our reserves that help us reinvest in those lands to pay for those assets. So that's something that we've been able to do by the use of being able to generate these funds. I think if the province were to come to the table and reinvigorate funding support that they used to provide, now I don't think we can expect 50%, but even if they increased it, I'm not convinced that that the best use would be to reduce those self-generated revenues or to reduce municipal levy. But I think what it could do is better earmark those self-generated revenues, better contain annual levy increases, and at the end of the day, also allow for better service provision overall, especially in mandatory programming.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any hands online. We'll go to Councillor Greg next.
It will culminate in a question at the end here, but just a few thoughts. I have profound disappointment in the government, which exists right now at Queen's Park, that doesn't foster an environment where you collect the adequate materials and information to first make decisions. I can't be convinced that this is a problem contributing to the lack of housing being built in the province. I know I had a 30-second elevator pitch with the minister a couple of years ago, and I said, if you want to do something, we have over 3,000 units pre-approved on our books in Owen Sound. You create an economic development strategy that drives residents to Owen Sound. We've got the housing approved. We have a multitude of pre-approvals and permits that are generated already by the Conservation Authority and that were circulated as board members, and we see them. So it's not red tape that's in the way. It's already approved, and we're just waiting and hoping that the shovels would go in the ground. So I can't be convinced on this being the rationale for slowing housing down. It's not. I am very frustrated that the bill was just passed through without adequate discussion, without all consideration, without listening to people across the province, and responding to the concerns that they're hearing at this time. It's poor governance, in my opinion, and I'm certainly frustrated with our local representatives at this time in not being more vocal and reflecting, I think, the communities within Grey County. We had a wonderful MPP many years ago, and he was very vocal at Grey County, and he would verbally express down there, whether people liked it or not, the opinions and reflect the sentiment of this riding. And I think we need to see more of that. The question I have is, as a councillor who has sat many years on the Conservation Authority and twice been able to chair Grey Sauble, one of the best resources that I can take forward from our work, and we've had a deputation a couple of years ago about surcharging or discharging into Georgian Bay in the town of Blue Mountains, and concerns of the resident at that time. One of the best resources that we get as board members are watershed report cards. And the watershed report cards give us measurables on forest cover, on wetlands, and on surface water. You can collect too much data in the world. At times, data does not add value. But in this case, the watershed report cards did add value, and it added really good value, because as a councillor, then I'm able to go back to my local municipality, and I can respond with policy then that's going to encourage stronger grades in forest cover, in wetlands, and in surface water. And that's the type of, I have a concern. We've got a Bothwell Creek right outside of our door here, surcharges into Georgian Bay. The question to staff and to Tim is, how does the changes respond and recognize that that's an important measurable, that as elected officials, we can garner very quantitative measurable data off of, and take that and try to prescribe it into policy at a local level? Will that be maintained? Or is that at risk of being lost? Because right now, the forest doesn't have a voice, the wetlands don't have a voice, and the surface water doesn't have a voice. But it gets one through items like the watershed report cards, and being able to respond as councillors at a local level in creating policy that does give it a voice.
Through you, Madam Warden. Thank you for that, Councillor Greg. That was excellent. Very well said. Again, it's speculation, because we simply don't have the information. We don't have feasibility assessments, cost benefit analysis, anything to support this transition. So any thoughts I have about the future are simply that they're my opinions based on my experience. What I can say with certainty is that the watershed report cards that we produce are part of what is considered a Category 3 program. So it's based on extensive watershed monitoring that we do, and then we wrap that up and report back to the community so that the community has a sense of what is the state of the health of the watershed in which we live. That's Category 3 programming. The province, through previous changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and through what we're hearing as the drivers for this consolidation, is very, very focused on Category 1. So where my concern lies is not 1 or 2 years down the road, but 5 to 10 years down the road. As we continue to face financial pressures and our primary drivers or goals are Category 1 programs, inevitably you get to a point where you have to start to squeeze down, and where you squeeze is those Category 3 program areas. And when those decisions are not being made locally again, and those decisions are being made at a regional level, what's important to our local communities could stand to be lost when those decisions are being made in that fashion. So again, that's my opinion, but it's based on my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll invite General Manager Downing to come to the lectern.
Thank you, Madam Matrasov, and thank you for having me, and to members of the council for hearing from me on this. Just to support Tim's comments, I think what we're seeing, and I was going to say, let's look at this from a 10,000-foot lens, but we got to go higher. We got to go to full UK scale on this, as we heard earlier. What are we seeing here? We're seeing a proposal that supported by our Saugeen comments, what is drafted by Grey County staff, great report, is that there is a real focus on housing. This is the continuing brand and indeed all of our interest to some degree at these types of tables. And there is a lot of positives potentially of getting additional resources coming to CAs, additional technical support coming to CAs, normalization. There isn't a lot of negative comments coming out of any entity that's looking at this from now. And that is certainly the #1 goal of this proposal. The second thing that they're proposing here is an amalgamation. And the amalgamation is much of the concern in this circle and any circle and CA circles and county councils. In that specifically, we are losing that local input. And the context of CAs, as we heard initially, from Niall, was created by local municipalities. That's the context of CAs. It is wiped out in this proposal. And not only that is it wiped out, they're not telling us what it's going to cost. Still planning to build those member municipalities in this amalgamation that really puts in jeopardy, I think, the relationship between municipalities who have had a significant pay for say to this point, that we don't see how that is continuing forward. And then when we come to the other initiatives of CAs in the Category 3 context, as is the interest in your comment, Councillor Greg, when the municipalities are then put into this situation where they're having to put all this money forward, maybe more money with less say, and then it comes time for negotiation on a Category 3 water quality program. Municipality now negotiating with a much larger region is already undermined and spooked by a lack of control of the investment they're already having to put out to the regional CA and ask, well, do you want to sign up for an a la carte service such as water quality? Inevitably, yes, down the road, that will get a very close look, and it's in great jeopardy. So excellent point of concern there. I go as far as even to say that there are two initiatives here, the permitting interest and the housing interest. Is if that's first and foremost their interest and is somewhat getting some support from those that are looking and have opportunity to comment to this, their amalgamation proposal is actually counter to that goal. They're creating and proposing a great deal of chaos that would seemingly be oppositional to their main goal. And I think that's an opportunity for comment. And I think that the motions that have been coming forward, we very much appreciate them from their member municipalities and potentially here from county, will continue to echo that your main goal here has maybe some some life. And yes, maybe our key KPIs are already pretty good. We can always do better and we'd be interested to. But your second goal here is seemingly oppositional to that. And all of the concerns and comments almost fall off of that second goal for some reason there. So thank you for the opportunity to speak though, and great conversation. And thanks to staff for this report. It's been excellent to hear.
Thank you. I do see Director Taylor behind you. So Director Taylor, it looks like you must sense that the break is next. So Director Taylor thought this is welcome to the lectern this morning.
Through you, Madam Warding, yes, I'm happy to fill time if that's what's needed. I would like to thank Deputy CAO Niall and Tim and Eric, and I'd also like to thank Samantha Lawson from Grand River Conservation Authority and Jennifer Vincent from Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. They've all played a huge part in bringing forward the information that we heard here today. I'd also just like to touch on the fact that we held a local planners meeting with planners from across Grey County to discuss the Bill 60 changes, but also discuss these Bill 68 proposals. And as we heard today, one of the things the planners reiterated over and over is that local context and that local knowledge. And in some cases, we're dealing with conservation authority staff at various levels, not just at the planning level, that have been here for a generation, and they understand the local community, they understand how the watershed works. But they're also highly accessible, and a number of the planners shared stories about, listen, we had this thing come up in our community, or we had this priority application we really wanted to support and take it through the process as expediently as possible. The Conservation Authority was out on site with us in 2 days' time, and so just retaining that institutional knowledge and retaining that relationship, that ability to pick up the phone and know that someone can be there within days or sometimes even hours. And certainly on the emergency management side too, we've seen that expedient responsiveness. And those are things that we value greatly in the municipal to conservation authority relationship, and we'd hope would be maintained in any future restructuring going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any further hands up. And our voices are embedded within this report that we're considering supporting and asking for it to move forward to go in front of both our MPPs as well as our other member municipalities and AMO, and of course circulating to the conservation authorities that are currently operating within Grey County. It's not in the motion, but I would also hope that Minister Thompson would also receive a copy of this as well, because so much of our discussion has been, what does it mean for the voices of the rural communities alongside the larger urban areas that we would now be participating together with. So, all right, I don't see any further hands. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Excellent. Okay, and that is, I would say that's actually unanimously passed. All right, thank you again very much to our guests who have provided that extra information. As you can see, your presence was very well valued. We had a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak directly with you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we are going to do a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 12 o'clock. We still have 4 different items to go on our agenda, and then lunch will be at 12:30. So we are hoping that we can move expediently through the others. So see everybody back in their seats at 12 o'clock. Thank you. I could invite all the committee, the whole members back to their seats, please. Thank you. Okay, we have the nod from communications that we are ready to continue. We are going to, what we're going to do from this point forward actually is we've taken care of this one. Okay, so what we're going to propose at this point in time in discussion with the clerk in terms of timing before and after lunch. Item 7C is the one that will require more discussion, complete with a slideshow and presentation. So it would be best to do that one fresh after lunch, which would allow us to go to item 7D and 7E, and we'll see where we are in terms of 7F prior to lunch. So if we could please turn our attention over to item 7D. And this is with regards to the Hanover West Grey proposed boundary adjustment. And it's recommended that it's recommended that report CAO-RCW 2025 regarding the boundary adjustment proposal between Hanover and West Grey be received, and that the County of Grey supports the restructuring proposal between the municipality of West Grey and the town of Hanover, subject to restructuring agreement being approved by the respective councils that would see lands transferred from the municipality of West Grey to the town of Hanover, and that correspondence be provided to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the town of Hanover, and the municipality of West Grey expressing such support, and that action be taken prior to council approval as per section 26.6B of the procedural bylaw 513422. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? So we okay, well, we've got a move by Councillor Patterson. I've got it seconded over here by Councillor McKay, if that's okay. Councillor Eccles. Okay, all right. It's on the floor for discussion at this point in time then. So then I will then invite Director Taylor, if you would like to begin, or I have your name on as the contact, so, or would the CA? Okay, I'll invite senior management to come now and make a presentation. Sorry. Or discussion, introduction. Sure. Okay, to be fair, it's because we juggled things around, did a bit of a domino shift here in terms of our agenda items. So seeing that we are now discussing Hanover and West Grey, we'll look to the CAO for that introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Warden Matrosovs, and I got caught multitasking there. So good afternoon, County Council. So this report provides an overview of the municipal boundary restriction proposal between Hanover and West Grey. This presentation, I'll just note, is adapted from a presentation that was delivered at the November 19th public meeting that was held jointly in Elmwood by both municipalities. So today I'll just summarize some of the background of the proposal, the lands that are in question, the financial terms, some of the benefits that we think will be achieved by this proposal, some of the public feedback received, and next steps. Next slide, please. Or can I do that? Thanks. So some councilors may recall back in 2021, County Council directed staff to work with interested member municipalities on facilitating discussions on future growth and infrastructure needs where two or more municipal boundaries are involved. During this term of council, Hanover and West Grey have worked together on a plan intended to achieve mutual benefits for both communities and the overall region. This was initially triggered by comprehensive review work completed by Hanover, and which noted that they would run out of residential, commercial, and employment lands by 2046, which was the current growth horizon at that time. Since 2023, representatives from both municipalities and Grey County have discussed options to support growth and shared prosperity. Grey County has helped to facilitate these discussions and assisted with providing some research and background information to help inform some of those conversations. A working group was established, including the mayors from both municipalities, as well as a council member from each municipality, and has met regularly throughout this council term. The working group explored a number of options and in the end recommended a boundary adjustment. Both West Grey and Hanover councils have supported in principle this boundary adjustment. A memorandum of understanding has been executed between the two municipalities to establishing a restructuring framework and to proceed under the Municipal Act towards a formal boundary adjustment agreement for council's consideration. As noted, both councils held a joint public meeting on November 19th, 2025 in Elmwood. So the lands, what lands are being considered with respect to this proposal? So the agreement proposes to transfer and adjust certain lands from West Grey to Hanover. In total, just over 1,600 or approximately 1,634 acres situated to the north and east of Hanover's existing boundaries. Here's a map which shows the lands that are shown in the burgundy color. The two main areas, so there's two main areas that are being proposed in terms of being added to the town of Hanover. I'll call the Northlands, which are east of Grey Bruce Line, north of Grey Road 28. And then a large pocket that is south of Grey Road 4 and primarily east of Grey Road 28. And then there's also the Bucks Crossing former golf course lands north of Grey Road 4, as well as a small portion that has the Hanover Rail Trail that runs through that portion, which would then keep that asset completely within the town of Hanover. This map shows the air photos of the lands that are in question. So the areas outlined in red are the lands that would be added to the town of Hanover, subject to, of course, the minister approving that restructuring order and subject to both municipal councils finalizing the agreement. It should be noted that the lands proposed to be added to Hanover go beyond the growth needs of the current planning horizon. And these additional lands will allow Hanover to plan for the long-term growth and infrastructure needs. Development within the affected lands will be phased over a period of many years. So recognizing West Grey would no longer receive assessment from the transferred lands or receive any increased assessment based on the future growth that would occur on these lands, the two municipalities have agreed in principle that Hanover will provide $10 million in financial compensation that will be paid as $500,000 per year over a 20-year period. In terms of other considerations, there is no specific development that's planned at this time on these lands. Future development is expected to include a mixture of commercial, industrial, and residential uses. There is no obligation for any property owner to develop their land, and the working group and both councils have been right up front in saying that farming can continue, and the rights of existing farmers, if they want to continue to farm their land, will be able to do so for as long as they wish to continue to do that. All landowners will maintain their right based on their existing uses that they use those properties for as long as they so choose. And that was something that was definitely stressed by both municipalities as well as the working group right from day one. In terms of some of the benefits for the restructuring proposal, for West Grey, the compensation that Hanover will be providing back to West Grey can be reinvested to support things like infrastructure, service level enhancements for the benefit of West Grey residents. We anticipate where we see growth in terms of employment land growth and commercial land growth, there's usually a spin-off growth effect in neighboring municipalities. So we anticipate that will happen as well within residential industrial sectors. And new Hanover development translates to new services, amenities that benefit residents in both municipalities. And this goes to the notion that in some cases, a family may live in one community, their kids may go to a school and play sports in another community. They may access services and commercial needs in a completely different community. In some cases, there's no municipal boundaries when you're accessing those types of services. And so that's where, again, everyone benefits from some of those services and amenities being added throughout all of our communities. In terms of Hanover benefits, for Hanover, the adjustment delivers long-term land supply to support future commercial, industrial, and residential uses. That growth yields new assessment and taxes and creates jobs and homes for the region. For Grey County, development brings potentially new revenue through new tax assessment. There would be potentially, as development happens on those lands, and assuming that development charges still exist, those can be used to help enhance services to support that new growth. It also helps to deliver jobs and housing for residents throughout the region. And also strategically, this positions South Grey as a vibrant economic zone with shovel-ready lands available for development, which aligns really well with our economic development, tourism, and culture master plan. Other considerations. So properties entering Hanover would pay Hanover's tax rate, which is slightly higher than West Grey's rate. And therefore, Hanover is committed to phasing in these tax increases over 5 years to help ease that transition. Hanover will provide most services to the lands, including police, fire, bylaw, library, parks, recreation and culture, and waste management. So in terms of the comments received both at the public meeting as well as comments in writing, residents requested clarification on property impacts, tax implications, and service changes. There was concerns including the increased taxes, traffic, subdivision activity, and commercial development. We heard questions about whether hunting would still be permitted after the lands become part of Hanover. There were suggestions to reevaluate the proposal, consider other alternatives, ensure the tax base isn't affected, especially around water sewer connection requirements or financial supports for affected residents. Some landowners stated that they're just not interested in urban development and were opposing the restructuring proposal. Others asked for clarification regarding the benefits for both municipalities and property owners, and for detail on the financial modeling and assessment reports. Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority expressed support for responsible growth, did recommend updates to floodplain mapping and review of erosion hazards and wetlands, which could be captured as part of the future phases through the planning processes. And then there was also questions about next steps. So in terms of next steps, so today, obviously, this report is before County Council. The minister does require the upper tier municipality through a restructuring proposal to indicate whether it supports that restructuring proposal between two municipalities. Reports will also be presented to Hanover Council, we understand, on December 15th and December 16th, so next week, regarding the actual restructuring agreement that is being finalized as we speak. As part of those reports, the councils of Hanover and West Grey will review all the comments received during the consultation process and carefully consider that boundary adjustment agreement. Should both councils approve the agreement, the next step will be to prepare and submit a formal restructuring proposal to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, which is targeted to be submitted either by the end of this year or early 2026. Following a review, the minister may approve the agreement via restructuring order under the Municipal Act. If the minister does the restructuring order, after that order, Hanover and Grey County would complete official plan and comprehensive zoning bylaw updates. As noted earlier, the ministry does require the upper tier municipality to indicate whether they support the restructuring proposal. Given that both municipal councils have supported this boundary adjustment in principle, the potential benefits that will be achieved as a result of this restructuring proposal, as well as the commitment to mitigate any potential impacts to property owners within the lands, It's recommended that county council support this restructuring proposal, subject to both municipal councils approving the restructuring agreement. You have the motion that's in the report. Before I go to the motion or before I open up to questions, just want to say, like, in terms of the work with both Hanover staff, West Grey staff has been absolutely amazing. Both mayors and the two council representatives on the working group, there's been a lot of meetings and great discussions throughout those last 2 years. And the working group always had the focus of making sure that any potential impacts that could come to this are mitigated to the best extent possible. I also want to thank county staff that have been involved throughout this process. Director Scott Taylor has been instrumental as part of this process. Jacqueline Morrison, our county solicitor, has been involved with this. Tara Warder, our clerk, has been involved throughout this. Rob Hatton, our communications manager. Carolyn Bailey, who is our planning technician, has helped with some of the mapping work with respect to this project. Lacey Thompson is also helping as we speak to make sure the legal descriptions on the lands reflect what the ministry needs, and is working through some of those pieces as well. So I'm sure I'm missing some folks in terms of thanking for all the work on this, but it's been a true team effort. And I think it's a great example of what Team Grey can be all about when we work together to achieve economic success.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. And indeed, it is an example of a trio of teams working together and how we can be a benefit to help with all those negotiations that have gone on, and all the expertise you just listed of the county staff as well as the town, each of the town staff as well. All right, so with that then, it is on the floor for questions and comments. We'll begin with Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden, and good afternoon, fellow council members. I'd just like to congratulate both Hanover and West Grey. This has been a long process. It's been going on for an extremely long time, and to the planning department, Randy, to all the staff that you mentioned, helping facilitate this, arbitrate, whatever word you want to use, your assistance, I think, brought us to this point. But it's a really good news story for all of Grey County, not just for Hanover and West Grey, but the entire Grey County. As you mentioned, Randy, the municipal boundaries don't really matter to the individual person that's working in Hanover, working in West Grey, living in one municipality or the other. It's going to bring growth to the southern part, and that's good for all of us. So congratulations, Hanover and West Grey.
Okay, thank you. And any other questions or comments? And it was good discussion at the Agricultural Advisory Committee this week too. You made the same presentation, and there was a good lens of input from there, and the process continues to take on people's input along the way that it's been outlined in the report. Okay, excellent. So with that, then I see no further hands up. Then I will call the vote. Then all those in favor, and that motion is carried. Thank you very much, CAO. Okay, it looks like we've got time to do one more item, 7E. So I'd like to invite Director Myers up, and it's recommended that report EDTC-CW 1725 regarding the Team Grey Memorandum of Understanding be received, and that Grey County Council endorse the Team Grey Memorandum of Understanding as presented to support regional economic development and investment readiness, and that the clerk of the warden and the clerk be authorized to sign the Team Grey MOU, and that this report, including the Team Grey MOU, be circulated to all Grey County member municipalities for consideration and signing. So with that, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Kentner, seconded by Councillor Dobreen. It's now on the floor for discussion. So welcome, Director Myers.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Warden, and good afternoon, County Council. Just there we go, flipping our screens around a little bit. I've got a presentation to go along with the MOU. there's a lot in this report and attachments, so I'm going to focus on the high levels of why, how did we get to this stage, and how was this developed, and then take you through the draft MOU so that you know what it encompasses. So the Team Gray MOU, this was recommended in 2023 through the development of the Economic Development Tourism Culture Master Plan, and it fit under priority number 1 of leadership and collaboration, where we work together to build cohesion. Talking about how Grey County takes a regional approach to economic development, tourism, and culture, working on behalf of all 9 of our member municipalities. Because everything that we do happens in our municipalities, in your municipalities, for our people. So the top priority is building Team Gray, where we focus on collaboration, not competition, to build trust and to seed success. So collectively, we know that we carry a stronger voice and we have a better likelihood of achieving those goals more effectively, efficiently, in a timely manner, with fewer resources required, most likely. And we also understand that a cohesive vision followed by effective and true collaboration is going to benefit us all. So you see it here in priority number 1, it is 1.4, develop the Team Gray Memorandum of Understanding. And what you see on this slide, this is everything that this Team Gray MOU applies to right now. It could apply to so many things, but for right now, in this very first iteration of the MOU, we are focusing very much on priority 1 and 2 of the EDTC master plan. This truly is a made in gray approach. This is a phrase that we use quite often, and we really truly mean it. When we talk about the made in gray approach, this is an opportunity to formalize the collaboration that we're already doing. It celebrates and holds on to who we are, both as individually and collectively, while we plan and grow together. And that individual and collective is really important in this. So you'll see the note on here where it says local priorities and character have an important role to play. Our regional strength comes from the collection of 9 unique member municipalities. The last thing that we want to encourage through this, or any of the work that we're doing, is the same everywhere. Grey County loses its excitement and its draw and the ability for us to sell the region to people who are here or people who want to come here if we're all the same. So we want to hold on to that local knowledge, that local drive, the character and the priorities that mean something to you on the ground. When we wrap those all up into one, we have a really impressive Grey County to look at. So doing this together, it helps us to decide what we want the county as a whole to look like and allows us to take a proactive and collaborative approach so that we can get there in a sustainable way. We want to be able to decide collectively what that growth looks like. We don't want it to just happen to us. We want you to have a vision so that we can support that. So the Team Gray MOU has 2 very distinct parts. They're related, but they're distinct. So the first one is the MOU that is shared here today through this report that we're proposing applies equally to us as the county and to all 9 of our member municipalities. Where the annual project work plans that accompany the MOU, those are specific to your municipalities in the county. It may be one municipality in the county, it may be multiple, as the example we just saw here with Hanover and West Grey. What a great example of Team Gray. So some municipalities may too opt out of project specific because they don't have the resources or there's not a certain priority in a given year, and that's okay. This just enables us to have a shared understanding of what those projects might be, what our roles and responsibilities might be in it, and what the timeline and commitment looks like. So why an MOU? We're really fortunate to have great working relationships here between Grey County and our member municipalities. We know it is not like that everywhere. So we are very, very fortunate. And we see this as an opportunity to strengthen that collaborative relationship between Grey and our member municipalities, to clarify roles and responsibilities, which will help us improve continuity as well during staff transitions by having a standardized and transferable framework. There's always lots of movement on the ground with staffing locally, at the county, everywhere we look, there's movement. So having something that people can pick up and understand, this is what applies to us, this is my role in this work specifically, would be really beneficial. The accompanying annual work plans then serve as a mechanism for proposing and evaluating or implementing those projects that are tailored to individual municipalities. It allows us to avoid duplication of effort, optimize the resources that we have, and begin to really truly operationalize the discussions and the opportunities that are being communicated through our economic development leadership series. And why now, not 2 years ago when we approved the EDTC master plan? We weren't ready. We had a lot of work to do, a lot of foundational work to get us to this point of actually having something that we could commit to you, you could commit to us, and vice versa. So there was a lot of foundational research and preparatory work that was essential in those first 2 years to get us to this point of having something to be able to put on paper. So during that time, we have positioned our teams for success locally and at the county. We've introduced relevant tools, templates, we've got shared platforms now. Well, we've also deepened our understanding about the opportunities and the processes, perspectives that we need to be able to advance economic development right across Grey. So now with that shared understanding and that access to the common tools, the time seems right to formalize the collaboration and to also seek commitment from all parties to collectively adopt and leverage those tools that we have developed and acquired, because we don't want to be investing in resources if they're just going to sit there. That is not the intent. So this enables us to commit to those uses. And it has been a minute to get here. So there's been a lot of rounds of engagement to this point, and I just wanted to put it all together on a slide for you so that you could see, as I mentioned, the idea of it having a Team Grey MOU, that came from the development of our master plan, which we did with all of our member municipalities over the course of 8 months in 2023. We then drafted the MOU following 3 rounds of engagement with economic development staff and every one of your CAOs. Through 2024, we talked to the Economic Development Working Group every quarter. In May 2025, I attended the local CAO meeting where we talked with all CAOs together. And then I had a one-on-one meeting with each of your CAOs independently to get their advice for what would end up in this draft. Once we had a draft, we then went back to the CAOs and the EDOs in October. We went back to the EDO working group in November. And now the final that you see in front of you today, the work plan template, the council report, and the draft MOU was circulated again in December to all CAOs and EDOs through the local meeting, and then as well through email. And the changes right up until a week and a half ago are what you see here in front of you today for your consideration. So looking at the Team Grey MOU itself, I will not go through here in detail because you've had it. You've read it, but the purpose really is to set out that framework for collaboration between Grey and our 9 member municipalities, specifically around economic development and investment readiness, where we signal our mutual commitment, streamline cooperation, and create a clearer, more attractive environment for investors, whether they're local investors who are looking to expand, to maintain their business, or who want to come to this region. The guiding document is the master plan, which is developed in concert with all of our municipalities, and the scope is only priority 1 and 2. We have guiding principles throughout the document that talk about that mutual respect and trust, being able to work together in good faith, knowing that there's a common understanding of those desired outcomes at the end of the day. So we're not coming in with different expectations of what it is that we're expecting to do. And having the transparency and accountability, knowing that we're going to be open and clear in our communication, but also know that we can trust that we're maintaining confidentiality when we need to. Sometimes it comes from the ground that we know we cannot say a word, and sometimes it comes from the county, but having that agreed to. Collaboration and coordination, looking at activities and decisions that reflect the mutual commitment of benefit right across Grey. And really, the evidence-based decision-making has been key. That is something that comes up over and over again, which is what you have seen through those shared tools, templates, and the data sharing platform that we now have together. I won't spend any time going through the rationale, but looking specifically at the roles. So Grey County, we are specifically looking to position the region for long-term growth and sustainability, looking at systems mapping as Grey County as a whole, but paying really close attention to local, provincial, national, and global trends. And then we're proposing relevant projects to our municipal partners for consideration. So this isn't coming to you to say, we need you to do X, Y, and Z. It is, we see this as an opportunity. What do you think? Do you want to look at it? Do you want to pause? Do you want to just not think about it at all? Because we're just not there. That's that role. Then continuing our role to develop the tools and templates, including the shared data platform used by municipalities and partners. We will lead the regional data collection and analysis, but also support local data analysis, leading investment attraction, being the first point of contact with Invest Ontario so that we can facilitate the site selectors and maintain an inventory of marketable investment-ready sites. We will do that with you, but it's one point of contact with the province to start. Leading investment attraction marketing, including website and brand, bringing all of our municipalities together every quarter, just as we do with our economic development roundtables. But we're also going to start professional development and training opportunities. We introduced it this year. We've seen a lot of success with that, and we want to continue so that we're all getting the same training as we go. The role of our member municipalities is to determine the local vision, clear determination of go, no-go investments, and any preferred location for employment lands. So again, this is your role. This is what we are asking you to do so that we are not deciding for you or telling you what to do. You're telling us what to do and what you want. Leading community economic development efforts, including determination of your individual and local priorities, all business retention and expansion activities, such as building relationships and knowledge with businesses and landowners who are on the ground and sharing relevant data with the county. We're not staffed to be able to do that work. As much as I would love to have staff on the ground in every one of your communities every day, I just can't do that with the resources that we have here. So that's something that we look to our municipalities to be building those relationships and sharing the information back. Identifying highest and best value of land and building inventory for zoning, servicing, any of that into a shared template that we will develop as the county, and then to designate a point person for economic development coordination. And our shared commitment to one another is that we're prioritizing strategic long-term thinking everywhere we can, pursuing joint initiatives where we can to support investment readiness, developing our economic development, tourism, and culture master plan every 5 years together. So we've already done that once together, continuing that so that all of our voices are on those documents right up to the very end. And then making sure that they speak to your municipality strategies as well, because we don't want conflict. They need to be able to speak to one another. Consistently using those shared data platforms, tools, and resources that we've developed, participating in our leadership series, valuing and respecting and valuing the relationships that each party has built, because we know that takes time and effort. And ensuring consistency in messaging, being a champion for ourselves and our neighbors, and then collaborating on funding applications where possible and working towards consistency across planning and development policies, templates, and supports, and sharing our success, whether it's through acknowledgements or shared platforms. The project-specific work plans we already spoke about, and they're attached here at the end, and I'll just flip to that in a moment. But in terms of decision-making in government or governance, the very first point, each party will always maintain their autonomy, and the authority to improve any and all investment-ready projects lives with the member municipality. In terms of financial arrangements, staff resources, they'll be assigned by each party through annual work plan and allocation, just as they already are. Any joint initiatives that we can cost share on a project-by-project basis, we definitely want to look at. The example in here is Environics and the shared data that we have. But knowing that every party is responsible for its own costs unless otherwise agreed, and all of those at any point will always come through our budget cycles and through council direction. So there should be no surprises along the way. It's recommended that the timelines and the term goes along with the master plan. So in this case, it would end December 31st of 2028, and then every 5 years after. We will review with your municipalities every single year to make sure that this is still a relevant document. If there's updates needed, we will come back to council with that direction. And at the end of the day, it's non-binding. It's an agreement to work together and to collaborate in what we're already doing, but now it's on paper. And then the very last is that work plan, as I mentioned. So this is where we can propose projects back and forth that are very specific in nature, determine if these are confidential projects that we just cannot talk about publicly, or if they're not, and then who's doing what is the role, what's the timeline expectation. And at any point, if we start something and need to pause it, we can do so, or we can go right through the end. So that is a lot of information to give to you. It's been a lot of work, and I really do want to thank all of your CAOs and your economic development staff. As you have seen, we've been talking about this since 2023, and we've done a lot of work on it since May of this year, and I really appreciate all of their input and the time. And it's exciting to see that as staff, we're all on the same page and hoping that we can work together with you as well.
Thank you, Director Myers. And just like the previous topic, one report can't fully illustrate the kind of hours that went into all the work with staff bringing it to this fruition like this, and the way in which you work with each and every one of the 9 municipality staff and their representation as well, both the CAOs and the economic development officers. So it truly is something that is made in gray, as you said, and both the memorandum of understanding, but also the work plan and how unique and creative that will be for each and every municipality. So with that, we have a question from the Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And we are stronger together. And this really emphasizes that. And I thank you, Savannah, for your passion for this project. I think the only one that could provide it any faster or any better would be Roger. Although half of us, it would go over the top of most of us at the speed he goes. But thank you so much for this. It really is I know my EDO or our EDO really appreciates the relationship she has with you and your staff. And I think this is a really good step forward, and we'll see a lot of good come out of it. So again, thank you very much, Savannah.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Warden Matrosovs, and I just wanted to extend my congratulations to Savannah. This is really, really exciting work, and recognizing that when we first, Councillor Body and I talked about the Shared Services Committee, and Councillor Body brought forward that motion, it was one of the original thoughts was economic development and how could we more closely work together. And here Savannah's was way, way ahead of us and already had this work underway. And I think of our own Grey County PDAC committee and the support that will be provided from that, but also from our own economic development advisory committees within our own municipalities. I think you've spoken to so many points that come up in our own conversations at those committee levels. And I'm thinking about how pleased those individuals will be and how they can contribute to the collective effort of the shared goals going forward, Savannah. So I just thought I might ask you to comment on that about how our own local advisory committees can support what you're doing.
Thank you. And through you, Warden, that is a great question. And as you know from this recommendation, this will be coming to your local councils. And I think it would be a great opportunity to have a conversation with your committee and then aligning the work plans that we have and the priorities and the timelines. And that may be the committee that we want to work together to figure out what are these project specific work plans looking like, to see what roles there may be. So I think having that conversation at the committee as well as council would be excellent. And we are happy to come. I know I have been to your committee a couple of times, and it is always a treat to be able to have the conversation and really understand that local perspective. But getting to dive in and have everybody from your committees locally recommend to your councils locally as well would be wonderful.
Okay, see nothing online, nothing here left in the chamber. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, so thank you very much for that. So we are going to take a break to lunch now. Madam Clerk, if we come back at 1:15, would that be suitable? 1:15, we will reconvene and conclude with the items that are left on the agenda. Thank you.
It is cool, yes. Yes.
Okay, welcome back, Committee of the Whole members. We are present. We have a quorum around our table and we have people logging back on virtually as well. And we have 2 items remaining that will require some discussion. So the first one is we're going to go back to item 7C. Back to item 7C, and it is recommended that report PDR CW 7125 regarding a status update on the county's growth management strategy be received for information, and that the final draft of the growth management strategy be prepared early in 2026 for council's consideration. And with that, I would like to ask for a mover and a seconder. Okay, we've got a move by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. It's now on the floor for discussion. And welcome, Senior Policy Planner Buckton. You're going to be starting us off. Okay, excellent. Welcome.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Really glad to be here today, just after lunch hour, to have a conversation regarding our growth management plan update. So it's a hefty slide deck. We'll try to move through that fairly quickly. I am aware that this was included in the package as well with the report. So certainly we can have further discussion after as well if you've had a chance to look over. I will further note that we will have Patrick Barbieri from Hemison online as well. So should we get to those questions and need to call a friend for some assistance, that will be an option as well. So we'll just dive right in. Okay, so focus today. I'll do a bit of a recap on the countywide forecasting. This was shared through the Planning and Economic Development Committee earlier. Those countywide forecasts in draft. So we'll do that recap. We'll look a little bit at the local forecasts to 2051 for population, households and housing and employment. We'll look a bit at that employment and residential land need piece. An assessment is part of the process. And then we'll talk a bit about those next steps that would arise from the process. Okay, so for this slide here, I just want to orient everybody to what we're looking at. So in the green bars, we're looking at the total county population over time. The x-axis here is years. So looking backwards at the last forecast period, and then ahead to the future as well. In the white, so we've got a line in the left-hand side there, that represents the average annual growth over that historic period, whereas the red line identifies the average forecasted growth over the coming horizon. And the gold line, which is doing a lot there, that one actually represents the growth of the population within each of those years, so as opposed to the total. So looking at that gold line, there has certainly been a lot of rapid growth ahead of, through, and coming out of the pandemic. This is a pattern actually that has been seen across the province, and it represents the highest growth in Grey County for decades prior. This was largely driven by non-permanent residents and immigration with spillover from larger centres to areas like ours here in Grey. And growth has been accelerated in some areas, not just due to growth in terms of home for workers, but also seasonal tourism, retirement, and remote work opportunities too, as we saw emerging through the pandemic. Parts of Grey are also part of the catchment area for longer commutes to the larger city centres for affordable pricing. So we're within kind of that distance for drive to qualify kind of approaches. But what our consultants are advising us is that that period of very high growth is over for the time being. Immigration has been reduced, temporary student caps have been placed. There is some economic uncertainty, of course. And so those key ingredients for that very high sustained growth aren't quite there as they were in the past. And so that has been considered as we look ahead to those future expectations. What we expect this will mean is a little slower growth than the most recent peaks in the coming years. And we have seen kind of a rollback with the Ministry of Finance projections as well as they've been issued over the past 18 months and more recently this past year, which indicates that they're understanding that slowback as well. So the growth ahead is higher than we've experienced in a sustained way. So the average you can see there, the red line is higher than that historic period on average. But we do anticipate, and I'll just bring your attention to the far right of that graph, where we see kind of that growth declining a little bit towards the end of the period. And that is actually with respect to the boomer cohort. So in 2051, the baby boomers as a cohort hit life expectancy. And so the expectation is that the death rate or I guess population decline attributed to that would act as a bit of a drag on growth in the latter period of this growth horizon. Okay. It's easy for me to say, right? Yeah. Okay. So I think we wanted to talk a little bit and offer a recap as well around employment. So here we are seeing an expectation through the Growth Management Plan 2025 for a higher degree of employment growth over this period versus what was anticipated through the 2021 growth management exercise. The assumption is, of course, that certain types of employment are driven largely by the population increase. So as you grow, certain types of population like retail and service and institutional needs grow as well. But we have here also assumed additional land employment in the future. And that reflects the need for economic diversification as we grow, but also the initiatives that are being led by the county and member municipalities, and Fiona had spoken to a little bit this morning as well. Really looking at trying to do a good job with those employment lands. And what I would say, I think we are seeing some of that work come online. So I know Owen Sound, for example, is working through some policy revisions with their employment lands right now. And we've seen Mayford take a big swing with some acquisition of employment lands. So certainly those types of actions will be supporting the enhanced growth that we're expecting. Looking at the current data, we are well ahead of where we thought we might be in 2021 for employment growth. We have had fairly robust non-residential sector development already reflected in the recent permit data too. And so this growth forecast is considered to be ambitious but achievable. Okay, and there is quite a value to having a robust employment outlook for the county. The consultant had noted for us that the activity rate has been declining in each of the census periods. So participation in that employment. And so the idea is if we are growing that employment, perhaps we can work to stabilize that decline in participation rate or reverse with our efforts. Okay, so for this one here, again, just to recap. So along the bottom x-axis, we have different periods of time. And then within each of those periods of time, we can see the various contributions to population growth. And so the red in those bars is representing intraprovincial migration. So you can see certainly through the pandemic period, that's a very big contribution to that growth over that period of time. But it is expected that that will continue to be a large driver of growth, that interprovincial migration to Grey County. It is tricky. Those components represented by the red there are complex because we're not just pulling from one city center or location in that migration. We see growth from the GTA as well as Kitchener-Waterloo, and then more regionally from rural areas to urban areas. And so we have tried to kind of capture that in the growth expectations and local allocations to reflect the fact that based on how these factors show up in each community, the growth will be varied in each community as a result. The only other thing I would say here is just with respect to the green component of the bars. And so you can see as we get later into that time period of this growth horizon, that natural decrease represented by green is increasing. And so that's what I mean when we're talking about the way that natural decline will be a drag on growth. We may still be seeing that same level of interprovincial growth, but we'll be offsetting those losses through attrition. Okay, so the components of growth are expected to shift somewhat over time. I think it's just the other point that I was asked to be sure to emphasize. Okay, so having recapped the county-wide forecast, we'll now move into the local municipal allocations element of the work. Okay, so this chart here compares the average annual population growth over the last 20 years, and that's reflected for each of the municipalities in green up until 2021. And then the average annual population growth for the forecast period to 2051 in gold. So you can see for each of the municipalities, every municipality is forecasted to continue growing. Each will grow faster than the prior average population growth rate. Not all communities will grow at the same rate or in the same way, and some will see higher growth due to that interprovincial migration together with their status as a regional center. And so that would come into play with respect to Owen Sound and Hanover. Okay, so this represents the allocations in terms of people, population. So on the left of this screen, you can see each member municipality with the population growth that is forecasted for that municipality over this period of time to 2051. And then what is represented is a share of county growth for each of those municipalities. This anticipates that the green would represent the 2021 census population, and the gold would represent the 2051 population if all of our growth expectations come to fruition. And so the expectation here is that Blue Mountains and Owen Sound would be the most populous municipalities by 2051, with a band of a number of municipalities kind of in the 13 to 15,000 population range, and then slightly lesser growth for Chatsworth, which will maintain largely status quo into the horizon here. Okay, and so from those population allocations, we then go forward to translate those into households. And so laid out in the same way, we can see the chart on the left-hand side that identifies by municipality the anticipated household growth, the share of the household growth overall. And what I would say, it's not always a direct translation the same for each municipality between population and households. We do look at demographic age cohorts and headship rates to make that transition into household allocations. And generally the trend is the older the population, the higher the headship rate. And so we do see this, for example, in Owen Sound, where you would see greater household growth for the same population due to the fact that there are more single person households in that older age cohort. Okay. And then finally, for employment allocations, again, on the left-hand side, we have the chart showing the employment growth anticipated. So this is in jobs and the share of the overall county growth. Like households, which largely mirror population forecasts, there will be some aspects of employment that mirror the population growth too. So those general community employment type of roles, service, retail, healthcare, local government, et cetera. But I think this also does include that employment growth employment. And so the expectation is that those areas that do have a supply of employment lands could potentially accommodate an outsized share of employment based on the availability of land that is in those locations. And so I think Owen Sound and Hanover would both be represented in that group as well. Okay. So I just will have a little interlude here to talk about the projection methodology guidance that is in process, I guess, for an update with the province. I have some notes from the consultant. I want to make sure to get this right. So I think here the province has released and has been consulting on proposed updates to provincial projection methodologies and guidance materials, and these are to be referred to in preparing draft forecasts and allocations, and we have done so. Hemson has done so. The guidance is still in a draft form by the province. The ERO comment period is now completed, but Hemson has submitted comments on those guidelines, so they are quite familiar with what's proposed there. We don't know when those guidelines will be formalized, but we have adopted some of the language within just to make sure that we're being consistent with the approach that is there. It's not actually all that different from the approach Hemson has taken in past years, very similar. In addressing how growth is to be allocated, so taking it from that county level into those local allocations, the guidance provides a few kind of simple methods, and they give us two approaches that are shown here. So in that guidance, they identify a method A, which would be what an allocation would look like from the county population to a municipality if we just based it on the share of census population for the whole county. So let's just say make it with 7% of the overall county population. We would look forward and look at our overall growth and distribute 7% of that to Mayford under that scenario. Method B looks at that based on the municipality's share of population growth within the 10-year period prior for the county. And really we could narrow in on a 5-year period that kind of defines that recent growth trajectory. So that's another way that we could look at doing that allocation, would be just to look at, you know, we've grown by X amount of units and we're going to divvy that out based on that most recent growth trend for that municipality. I think in discussion with the consultant, what we understand is that these proposed methods are somewhat problematic on their own because in no way do they account for how those trends might change, or if we have the land available to accommodate or the servicing available to accommodate. Right, it really doesn't capture what's already in the pipeline, those kind of things. And so what I would note is that we have in the slides to come presented method A and B, but the guidance does provide us an opportunity to allocate slightly outside of the method A and B ways, where we can provide justification and demonstrate why we have done so. Okay. The other thing just regarding the guidance that we received from the province, so through the provincial planning statement, we are required to use Ministry of Finance projections to inform our forecasts. But we want to highlight, and the guidance does as well, that projections and forecasts are slightly different animals. So a projection is really just a straight extrapolation of current trends forward in time, assuming all things equal. It's neutral and it doesn't consider how those changes might evolve over time or how our assumptions might change over time. Whereas a forecast is instead a best estimate to predict that future state. And that would build on those past trends, but would also consider impacts around the changing variables that we might see that would contribute to that growth in the future. So we want to highlight that because I think certainly there was a lot of discussion around that using the MLF numbers and those projections. But I think it's important to note that those are projections. That translation into a forecast isn't provided by the province. That's something that we do. And I think the other piece there that I would just note for those other agencies that are doing work with data for their own strategic planning, so hospital boards, school boards, that kind of thing, they are also using the Ministry of Finance projections. And so I think by us doing this work, we're able to supplement the information that would be available to them for those planning purposes. In that we are sharing this information, it breaks it down into that local allocation and then does kind of factor in our understanding of how those assumptions may change over time. So residential land need assessment. So we've looked at those anticipated local allocations, so those forecasts for the member municipalities. The next part of the exercise is to look at, do we have adequate land to accommodate that forecasted growth? And so the way that we do that is by taking those household forecasts and translating them into a forecast by housing type. And so we look at 3 different types of units for that exercise: single semis, rows, and apartments. And then we look at that unit growth and allocate that to different areas within each of those municipalities. So that would include an allocation to rural areas as rural growth. That is a lower component of the overall forecast for each of the municipalities. And that is largely based on historic trends for how that urban-rural split happens in terms of choices by people. The intensification in urban settlement areas is the next piece that we look at and allocate for. And so we look at their using the Grey County intensification targets to determine, how does that household, how do those forecasted households fit into that particular settlement area? And then we look at greenfield areas within the settlement areas. And this is largely where those larger new developments would go. And so we want to make sure that we do have sufficient land in our settlement areas to accommodate that greenfield growth. And that's a very important part of this exercise because a lot of our servicing and infrastructure decisions rely then on those numbers as well. And so for this one, when we're looking at those land needs, we have factored in all of the permit data until the end of 2024. So we are basing this from a 2025 onward forecast. So looking at the units that will be required in those settlement areas, looking at the land need that will go with that for 25 onwards, accounting for what's already in process. And I would, the last point I just wanted to say there is, so the data gathering for this process has been intense. There's a lot of pieces that go into it. I just want to extend my thanks to the municipal staff. It's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of data gathering and sharing. And so that we couldn't do that exercise without those efforts. So really, really appreciate that. Okay. So I won't spend a whole lot of time with each of these slides. I will go through blue.
Sorry, I figured that that would be a logical pause to just make sure that we could catch up on any questions. And so I'll just put it out there if there are any questions from, and if somebody could watch the virtual hands for me. Question from Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Thanks, Liz, for the information so far. In just one of the previous slides, it had Owen Sound and Hanover as primary settlement areas. What's the determination? Is that a population figure? Like when does Dundalk, Meaford, for example, become a primary settlement area? Thanks.
Thank you, through you, Madam Warden. So I think it's regional center is the reference I was making there. So I think primary settlement areas, we do have a number of those across the county. Those are defined in the official plan. So that's your serviced urban settlements are typically called primary. The reference that we've made is more to regional centers. And so I'd referenced Owen Sound and Hanover in that regard. And so I think it is to do with the size and scale, as well as the nature of the various uses that are included. So I don't know that we've got kind of a formal definition that we're using, but I think those locations that are really subject of that rural to urban migration, I think definitely would qualify under that. And I think it's a scale consideration for those regional centers that we're pulling from quite a large area to access the services that would be located within. So I would say Barrie, for example, would be a regional center. Collingwood probably as well. Where are you driving when you need to do those, access your healthcare, that kind of thing.
Thanks, Liz. So in that definition you just gave, I would think Meaford would be one of those same areas that people would drive to for the services that you indicated.
Thanks so much. I think with this one, so all of those primary settlement areas likely have a catchment area that's contributing to folks driving into those centers. I live in Meaford. I think we certainly do have a variety of different housing types, but I think it's the size and scale and mix of uses really that would constitute that regional center, pulling from the much larger catchment as opposed to the more localized rural areas around it. Thank you. I can look to see if I can get you a more formal definition. The consultant may have one kind of in the back of the mind they use for that purpose, but thank you.
Okay, we'll go to a question online from Councillor McQueen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden. And yeah, a lot of good information there. Just on that information, and obviously we're going to have a motion to receive that. This is something we ran into a few years back with the school in Markdale and updated planning information, and they had old data that didn't really reflect on, the projection of school population. So, do you want to briefly speak to that, or do they have the opportunity to be shared this information? Because for planning for schools and everything else, like we see the growth that was in Southgate and now looking at building some new school there and that. Any thoughts on that? How we share that?
Great, thank you, and to you, Madam Warden. So yes, we have been in conversation with the school boards. So the school boards have received the same package, the slide deck that you have received as well. I shared those out last week. So that's gone to Blue Water District School Board as well as the Catholic School Board. We've also included their strategic planning consultant with Watson, who helps with their data. So Josh Plenty has been engaged with that as well. So I would note, just while I'm at it, we've also done so with the hospital boards as well. And those health organizations. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And Liz, I'm just curious to know, as you're looking at the forecasting, if you take into account a project such as the TC Energy Pump Storage, we note Meaford as listed currently as the second lowest growth. Now, should that project come to fruition, that will have a huge impact on your numbers. So I understand you have to be conservative and then the project again is not approved yet. So would you wait until the next opportunity to revisit the growth management status update to incorporate those numbers, or do you somehow keep that in the back of your mind as you're working with numbers now?
Great, thank you. I really appreciate that question and through you. So I think I don't know that we've necessarily specifically worked that in terms of expectations. We have tried to capture everything that's in the development pipeline in terms of residential uses that we're aware of. My thought is that perhaps that would be picked up. These exercises happen about every 5 years. So my thought is, as that materializes or becomes firm, and as we see kind of growth expectations that might come along with that in terms of housing related projects, I feel that that would get reflected perhaps in that next iteration. That said, I know for large scale residential development, for Grey Highlands, for example, we have considered that there are some kind of plans in place with respect to some of the applications in Beaver Valley. That intention is reflected in the numbers. We picked up some of those proposed units, but I think the expectation is that really that wouldn't be coming online until later. And so we've been very cautious, I guess, with the degree to which we're leaning on that in terms of the survey, or sorry, in terms of the exercise. So we do have the opportunity to build in some of those through the understanding of what's in the pipeline, development pipeline for residential. But I think we would likely need to capture that at the next period as it translates into residential applications. And I think Scott may have some further comments around that as well.
Yeah, thank you through you, Madam Warden. Just to build on what Liz has said to Councillor Keaveney's questions, one of the processes here was that we did meet one-on-one with each of the 9 member municipalities. And we tried to flag, as Liz said, we focused a lot on what's in the immediate pipeline. What do we know we have applications for and approvals for and everything else that might not be built yet. But we did flag a number of those bigger sort of economic drivers, some that are more certain and some that are less certain. So the 2 that come to mind is we did flag the TC Energy project and we did flag some of the major plans at the Bruce as well. Because we know whether they come online in the short term or the longer term, given that this is going to 2051, that they could have a big impact. And so the consultant was definitely taking notes there as to how those exactly influence, Meaford's numbers on either employment or population. We'd need to touch base again with the consultant, but we tried to flag some of those bigger ecosystem things that could have a major impact on Grey's growth as a whole and individual municipal growth as well.
Okay, great. Well, in the interest of time, then we'll keep moving. If you come up with a question, then you'll still have an opportunity after the next slides. Go ahead, please.
Wonderful. There we go. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think in the second portion of the presentation, so I have included the slides as are included in the deck for each of the local allocations. I think we'll use Blue Mountains just as an example to orient ourselves to the slide. I have a few brief comments just based on kind of the conversations we've had with the consultant and local staff, but we'll whip through those quite quickly. So each municipality, there are 2 slides in the deck with relationship to the allocations for your municipality. And so they're all structured in the same way. So on the left-hand side, we have just kind of snapshot data regarding the expectations for population growth, residential unit growth, and net new jobs over that forecast horizon. And then on the right-hand side, we have a graph that's showing that growth alongside the growth that would be identified through method A and B in that provincial methodology. And so in the Blue Mountains example here, we can see method A, which again is that based on kind of current share of census population for the county, that is shown in green. So that would represent a lower growth rate than is being forecasted. The method B, through the provincial methodology, again, just looking at the most recent growth period, also falls just a little bit below where we're expecting the growth to go for the municipality of the mountains. And I think here, really the commentary provided by the consultant was just all of the ingredients are there for continued growth of Blue Mountains. The land availability is also there as well. And so the expectation is that the Blue Mountains will capture a slightly higher share of the county growth over this coming horizon versus prior horizons. Okay, this is how the residential land need slides look. And again, there's one of these for each of the municipalities. So you can see at the top, we've identified the unit demand on the left-hand side and broken that down into that rural, urban intensified intensification and urban greenfield types. We've made some assumptions regarding the share of the unit types and how those would be distributed, and then have tallied those up together and made a determination based on the density of land use for those unit types, how much land would be required to accommodate that unit. And so in the bottom part of that chart, it does show the primary settlement areas, the secondary settlement areas, resort recreation settlement areas, and inland lakes and shorelines, and the land available there. And so we've netted out that growth needs to accommodate all of those new units. And at the bottom, we have either a surplus or a deficit showing for that greenfield land supply. So really all this is doing is pulling all of that background data together into one place so that you can see how those unit expectations are coming on for that horizon, that we have the land available to accommodate that, where that land is located, and then looking at the net outcome of what remains after that growth has been accommodated. And so in the circumstance for Blue Mountains, the land supply identified is adequate for the growth horizon. Okay. So likewise with Chatsworth, so again, we've got the growth management strategy figures plotted on the chart there together with method A and B. In this case, the expectation is that the municipality will grow, but that will be incremental in keeping with what we've seen historically and in the recent past as well. And I think here, there's certainly a lovely rural character. There's no primary fully serviced settlement. However, we do attract rural growth, certainly a beautiful landscape, and a good level of on-farm diversified use for employment activity as well. And so modest growth in the grand scheme of things. And here, with that growth management versus method A or B, the draft growth management strategy comes a little bit lower than both of those other methods. It would identify that the current share will be a little bit higher than the future share of county growth and population for Chatsworth. Okay. And then they would have adequate land supply to accommodate that growth. Okay. Likewise for Georgian Bluffs, so same layout, and here as well. So main focus of growth being Cobble, East Linton, and Shallow Lake, the rural and shoreline areas as well. Lots of potential and land available, but I think the consultant really aimed to be quite realistic in terms of expectations here, also factoring in consideration regarding servicing supply or limitation, I guess. But it is well in line with recent years and represents ongoing steady growth. And again, land supply is adequate. For Grey Highlands, same thing. Lots of recent growth and development interest. There are some large scale plans that are in phasing and lots of short and medium term growth anticipated for Markdale in particular. There is perhaps some longer term development potential as well. And so again, speaking to those Beaver Valley potential applications. But I think the sense was that that would be quite a ways out. And so that has a limited impact on the forecast in this iteration. Okay. And again, land supply is adequate. Okay, for Hanover. So I think here the consultant had advised that there's some greater certainty through this forecast. This is premised on servicing being available, or rather servicing constraints not being an impediment to growth over that horizon. And that is assumed that servicing would be delivered as needed through the horizon to support the growth. Here, the growth management strategy identifies anticipated growth higher than those most recent periods and trends for Hanover into the future. And again, this would represent that interprovincial growth, that location to the south, near to those city centers for in-migrants, and also that function as a regional center to a very large rural area surrounding. Okay, and again, this one is not the same as the others. Here there is an identified deficit in terms of land supply. I think that jives quite well with the conversation as we had this morning regarding those boundary adjustments. For Meaford, again, fairly steady growth and development interest has been experienced here. I think some servicing constraints at play, but perhaps less so than we understood in the past. And I think this does bring us online for the forecast period a little higher, but generally in line with the past shares of growth. So ongoing steady growth is anticipated. Okay, and an adequate supply of land to accommodate that growth as well. Okay, and then Southgate, and we're almost there. So Southgate, switch my things around. So significant plans here for growth. And I think we've seen quite a bit of growth over this most recent period of time. So I think we're anticipating that we're not going to necessarily sustain that very high growth into the future. And so therefore we're coming in below method B, but we are a little higher than kind of that historic share of the growth of the county for the go forward expected. Certainly the Southgate is not immune to the broader slowdown that's happening right now in Ontario. And so I think the expectation is, however, that after the slowdown, we will see a pickup again in growth. And that is starting actually in some areas to go. Planning is in place for servicing constraints. And so nothing here is premised on servicing being an impediment. And so I think expected to level off a bit, but we will see just a little bit of a rebound after this current slowdown. Okay, and again, land supply is determined to be adequate there. Okay, and West Grey. To service fully settlement areas is the note I left to myself here. So I think what I wanted to know, so we do have a number of applications in process in Durham. And the growth outside of Durham and Neustadt has generally been fairly modest. The trajectory is very similar to the most recent past. So coming in just a little bit below what we would anticipate through method B, that recent trend, but ongoing growth expected over the horizon for sure. Okay, and again, adequate land. Okay, and then finally, Owen Sound. So here it is identified that we anticipate that Owen Sound will grow a little higher than this most recent period. We certainly have seen lots of apartment development happening. The Sydenham Heights area is starting to get going, and there's lots of potential there. And I think we just wanted to highlight here as well, just the work that has been put in by the city to attract that share of the rental market. That's been a conscious effort. And I think, or we think there are good reasons to believe that that rental market will continue to increase actually over time. We've got a significant supply of older adults looking at Owen Sound, particularly regarding downsizing and access to healthcare as well, and those regional center amenities. And so we do think that demographic forces may drive that existing planned apartment construction, but perhaps additional in the future as well. And so being that this is one of those areas that is a little bit older, I think we do also anticipate that age drag on growth applying, and Sound towards the end of the horizon too. So you can see the curve dips just a little bit towards the end of the horizon. Okay, but adequate land is identified here as well. Okay, And so I just really just in summary of those land need assessment pieces, with the exception of Hanover, all of the municipalities are determined to have sufficient lands within designated settlements to accommodate the growth forecast to 2051. Hanover does require an addition of land for this particular planning horizon, but I understand that we are looking longer term strategic growth as well there. Okay. With respect to employment allocations, so that was largely population. We have further allocated that overall county employment growth to the member municipalities. Like I noted, we break that down into a couple of different types of employment growth. So general employment, so that's your population-driven community, retail, all of your services, that kind of thing. Employment area employment, which are those employment lands for more so manufacturing type uses. And then rural employment. We can see across the different municipalities, the nature of employment growth forecasted for each is different, depending on the factors driving that growth. And essentially through this, the allocation is done a little bit differently. So we are essentially seeking to answer the question, is there enough employment land to accommodate that employment growth in the municipality through the land need exercise? We are also considering that general employment, but that is often accommodated kind of in your residential or general lands, not employment lands. The expectation is there are sufficient lands to accommodate the forecast employment growth, notwithstanding the fact that the forecast is ambitious based on our plans. And I think we just do want to flag as well that there are, of course, other factors that apply to whether this growth will be realized. Willing landowners is a really big one, and I think it speaks to the goals with respect to municipal employment land ownership where possible, servicing of the lands and suitability and attractions. We do have adequate lands. Are they in the right places for the right opportunities? I think is part of the discussion that's ongoing. So we're okay, we can accommodate that, but there certainly would be opportunity to revisit and look at that right sizing and right location elements. Okay, and here, similar to the charts we've seen in previous slides, we've identified that employment land supply and then that employment land forecast for each of those municipalities, and those numbers are shared here. Okay, and then just as a share of the Grey County pie in terms of employment land allocation, this is how those employment growth allocations are distributed amongst us. And so you can see those municipalities with that larger land supply are picking up a larger share of that anticipated employment growth over the horizon. Okay, so we made it through. Data after lunchtime can be a challenge, so thank you all for bearing with me. What I just wanted to say here, just as a means of recap, is so, you know, bringing that all together, we do anticipate higher population and housing growth all around. So for all of the member municipalities over this period, notwithstanding the current slowdown, we will see a rebound. The fundamental drivers of growth in Grey are multifaceted, but expected to remain and be in place for the go forward. Higher employment growth is anticipated partly because of more people and partly to reflect that desire for development of additional land and opportunities for employment purposes. The residential land supply is sufficient, except in Hanover, and employment lands are generally sufficient. And so as I noted, that we've shared out this deck to the member municipalities. We've also shared that along to various community partners in education and health. We have been asking for feedback with respect to these. These are draft local allocations at this point in time. And so ideally, we would love to hear comments back prior to the holiday closure, wherever possible. We do have a number of projects, both at the county level and local levels, that are pending some of the data as inputs. And so we do want to move through the last part of this process as quickly as possible, doing a really good job with it, but being expeditious. And so we certainly would appreciate any comments that you may have on those drafts, and could set up conversations with staff or consultants also if you needed to support that. And so then our expectation for the go forward would be to come back to County Council in Q1 of next year with a report from the consultant with respect to all of the background data. We only touch the surface here, and then we would have that fulsome opportunity to review that report and the final numbers as well. So I'll leave it there. Again, happy to answer any additional questions that may occur. And I think we do have Patrick likely online at this point as well if we need his help too. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for all of that information and the examples that go by the municipalities. I think will help us translate to what we know on the ground. A couple of questions for you. And I understand from reading the report that there's a certain formula you have to follow, and it's door number 1 or door number 2, and you just go with that. But I also recognized in the report that you do tap into whatever data you can find, school boards, hospitals, et cetera. School boards are challenging because you can't predict anymore if somebody was born here that they're going to show up for school in that particular region 5 years from now. That's this day and age, you can't do all that, but we do our best. But the question that I have for you then is the estimates of the growth of the number of dwellings. How does that take into account the variability of those dwellings? So I would lean into your expertise as planning, that you would be able to identify density, for example, in various different official plans of various different towns. But then there's always a variation in that density, right? So if something's being built to the sparsest, to the biggest homes, the biggest lots, as opposed to the smallest of what's allowable in that zone, how do you accommodate for that? How do you accommodate for accounting for the number of dwellings that are going to be built but are not going to actually increase the population because it will be people that are using it for secondary residence? And then also, how do you mix into all of that when homes are being sold to somebody who is not an employment age individual, who is not, could just be 2 retirees moving up to what looks like another house on the plate? And then finally, the connected to all that then is, how did you get the general employment numbers? I can see how you can calculate the employment area because you can look to see where the available employment lands. But that general one, is that just simply a mathematical calculation on what I've just mentioned, which might not actually be very accurate? Thank you.
Okay, a lot there to unpack. And I may call a friend on certain elements of that, but I think I can speak to some of it, and maybe we'll take in Scott and perhaps Patrick as well. So I think for the estimated growth for the dwellings, so that is we're taking the population, we're looking at those headship rates and the age cohorts in that community to determine, how many households is that population translating into. Then once we have that understanding of households, we are looking at existing trends. I imagine there's some secret sauce in Hempson's formula as well that relates to that, but translating then into those 3 different unit types. So we've got singles and semis, rows and apartments. So trying to kind of represent a few different types of units that take different land needs to accommodate. And then we're looking at those various locations. So rural, secondary settlements, and then also the primary settlements. So for those secondary settlements, we do have intensification targets in place for both primary and secondary. So we use those intensification targets and do some math around those unit types by location. And then we, so I think, so that is getting us closer to kind of that land need and our understanding of what types of units are going where. For the primary settlement areas, the official plan does also identify a minimum density threshold. So I think that factors into those equations as well. So it really is based in the policy framework that we have here. Those figures really do help in this exercise to discern what's coming. With respect to the secondary homes or seasonal units, so the final report that you see come back to you will include seasonal forecasts as well. That is a part of this process. It's just not captured here. So the intention is that the figures you're looking at would be permanent populations, the permanent resident, whereas there will be a seasonal allocation and forecast also advanced in the beginning of next year. And with respect to the retirees, so I think You know what, that one is probably where I need to call a friend, just to kind of understand. You know, I think they would be picked up in our demographic data. I don't necessarily know that we're looking at it in terms of, you know, who's in each household, but we are looking at kind of those population level statistics. So I imagine that that would get picked up just based on the census information we collect the next time around, and that would be factored in their contribution as well. But like I said, you know, I think we have seen that participation rate in the workforce activity rate declining, and that's likely a result of those senior populations moving to this area. And so I think the challenge becomes, with that demographic force, you know, how are we doing the work around employment lands to try and shift that trend to bring other folks into those units that are going to participate in the workforce as well. But I don't think it's a negative that those retirees are coming. I think they'll have to be factored into the data. I guess maybe I'd open it to Scott or perhaps Patrick. These available if they wanted to speak anything further to that piece.
Just briefly through you, Madam Warden. Thank you, Liz. I think just to touch on some of the points that Liz talked about there. The projection, the forecasts to date are based on the Ministry of Finance numbers, and they're based on the context in front of us today. And one of the reasons why we do review this roughly every 3 to 5 years is because things change. So if any individual municipality in Grey decided they weren't seeing the types of houses they needed most, maybe mostly you have large singles and you need more apartments, and you took a big policy swing, so to speak, to increase your densities, to do things that were going to be more supportive of apartments, then we could see that shift. And that shift affects a number of things, including infrastructure planning, but also land need. And so, you know, when we looked at this back in 2008 or in 2015, we didn't necessarily anticipate the share of apartments in the city of Owen Sound that we're seeing now. And the city's done a lot of targeted work in that regard to change that. So I'd say the same goes for sort of any municipality, that conditions can change, and you know, those breakdowns of singles and semis and towns and apartments will change and evolve over time. And the only other thing I'd say with respect to some of what Liz shared is that seasonal forecast piece, as folks around the Horseshoe will probably know, it affects some municipalities more than others where we have larger numbers of seasonal residents. But the one thing that Henson has said to us in past growth management exercises, and we've even seen this anecdotally with county and municipal staff, is to some degree, a house is a house, and it can shift in its housing capacity over time. And what I mean is maybe somebody builds a single detached dwelling and that's their second home. They live in Toronto or Kitchener and they come up here, you know, for certain months of the year kind of thing. But they go to sell that home and then that's bought by somebody who's a permanent resident here. So we used to put more stock into trying to distinguish between seasonal homes versus permanent homes. And in some municipalities where you might have sort of a non-winterized cottage, that might have more stock. But certainly with a lot of the residential development we're seeing today, it really, in some cases, does come down to who the buyer is and what they choose to use that to. And again, in some cases, someone could buy as their seasonal home and then choose to retire here, and that's their permanent home. So as Liz said, we will have some further thoughts on that in the final report. But with subsequent growth management strategies, it's become less of an issue, if you will, because we are seeing more of that transition. And Madam Warden, just to bring it back to your own municipality, and CAO Schertzer will be aware of this as well. When we first started talking about the windfall development years ago, you know, it was primarily thought that would be largely seasonal. And then as it started to build out and we saw more families in there and people expecting, you know, school bus pickup and everything else, you know, these are sort of very educated best guesses, and we need to review and adapt over time. And so with that, turn it back to you, Madam Warden.
Thank you. I was going to use that exact example, that the opposite can happen as well. And there's no way that we can tap into the data of who might be buying these dwellings. So that was my curious picture. The one piece of data though, that is concrete is you can compare the census, the 2021 census of people who are identifying it as their first home, and then you can compare it to the voter lists of the previous election, and you will see a stark difference in some municipalities. So that is concrete. That is something that we do have access to. Numbers, not names, but but the actual numbers. Okay, so with that then, further questions? I'm looking online. I'm not seeing a hand up. We'll go to Councillor Eccles.
Just a quick question. It's always on the forecast and we got to keep going year to year, 5 years out, we got to review it again because this has changed. That's changed. We're using Hempson to keep developing this going forward. Hempson's done this now for 4 or 5 terms, turnovers. What's their percentage? Are they as good as a weatherman? Like they're at 20% projection correctness?
I'll take a shot at that one through you, Madam Warden. So in my time at the county, the first time we did a growth management strategy, because it was a new requirement of the provincial policy statement at the time, was 2007, 2008. And I was actually, as Liz was presenting, I was just looking back at that growth management strategy. That wasn't Hempson that did that. That was a firm called Malone Gibbon Parsons. And at that time, one of the big revelations in that study was that Southgate was going to absolutely boom. And the prediction at that time was that because the province in 2004-ish had introduced the Greenbelt, that we would see developers leapfrogging the Greenbelt was the term at the time, and Southgate was primed to actually boom. And so we finished that study in about April 2008. And I think everybody knows what happened in April 2008 and April 2009, or into 2009, we had the global recession. And we didn't see that predicted growth in Southgate and some of the other municipalities to the same degree that we thought we would. So fast forward to 2014, that's when we first retained Hempson to do the work. They built upon the work that was done by Malone Gibbon Parsons and adjusted some of the numbers. But when I reflect back on that original 2008 study, and that 2008 study was forecasting us all the way out to the year 2031, which at the time seemed eons away and now seems strangely close. It's actually not that far off. And no doubt we've seen, individual trends that we didn't predict and nobody sort of had the pandemic on their bingo card or what that would do to the growth in that regard. But as we get to reflect back and look at this in a longer term view, we are seeing sort of greater accuracy there. We're no doubt seeing an increase in the growth rate that we didn't predict, 10 or 15 years ago. But I would say it's generally accurate. And just to the comments about using Hempson for the past couple of growth management strategies, when we go out for this work, we have been going through competitive bidding processes. And there are very few firms in the province that really specialize in this. And as of recent, the most recent ones that have been winning these projects have been Hempson. And it's aligned in the past well with some of the development charges background studies that we've done, where Hempson was also the successful bidder on that. But we don't have a single source relationship. It has been a competitive process in that regard.
Okay, looking around the room. Not seeing any further hands online or in the room. I think you have saturated us with data and information. Thank you. But we know that the next step will be further consideration, so thank you. All right, so with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk is going to make her way towards the lectern to introduce the next one. In the meantime, we will get it on the floor. It's recommended that CCRCW 1225 regarding committee appointments for 2026 be received, and that the warden's appointment to the Alternative Land Use Services known as ALUS and the Clean Energy Frontier Program be endorsed, and that all appointments noted in this report be endorsed and elections be held where required. Madam Clerk, that's still what we're looking, that's still the recommendations that you mentioned that you're going to have to identify a few changes. Okay. All right. So may I ask for a mover and a seconder? Okay. Moved by Councillor Dobreen, seconded by Councillor McQueen. It's now on the floor for discussion. Welcome, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much. This report comes before you as our annual committee report to the various committees, task forces, and subcommittees that we have requiring county councillors to sit on those various bodies. There are no minimum or maximum number of committees that any member must sit on unless that's specifically stated in the terms of reference. Councillor interest on the various committees that we're looking for appointments for was expressed, and those have been included in the report as of the date of publishing of the agenda. Since then, we have received some additional interest in some of the areas where there was vacancies showing up. So Brittany has kindly put those up on the screen for you. If you don't mind zooming in a little bit, sorry, Brittany. Just see, we can move through those. So Agricultural Advisory Committee, we had a need for one more additional member. Councillor Mackey has since indicated his interest on that one. So absent any changes in that committee proposal, that one is full at this time. Budget and Finance Committee, there were 3 additional council members that are opportunities available. We've since heard from Councillors Mackey and Gregg who expressed interest. So there is one available spot there if anyone wishes to put their name forward. We don't need to fill that space. It's up to 8 members. So the terms of reference are very broad in that regard. So it's fine as it sits there, or it's able to accommodate an additional person. Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy, there were 3 interested members where there are only 2 spaces available. So absent any indication from councillors otherwise, then there would be an election required there. I see Councillor Mackey's hand.
Yeah, sorry to step in. I'll back off on the drug and alcohol, and I was on it last couple of terms, so if there's interest, we'll let some newcomers take over. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that, we do have a full committee there on Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy. Community Services Committee requires the warden and 6 members. So we have 7 members who have expressed their interest in that committee. So there would be an election required there as well. Just having one extra body expressing interest on community services. And I think the only other one was Grey County Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. There is 1 council member space, and we've had interest from 2 members, being councillors Gregg and Dobrain. So there is, and the rest, I believe, were full and as noted in the report.
Okay, do we need to scroll down the list, or the rest were all? Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go to Councillor Dobrain.
Thank you. Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Tara. Since I sent you that email suggesting that I would be willing to fill that vacant spot, Councillor Gregg, who has sat on that committee in the past, did speak with me, and I am more than happy to step out of that election so that there's continuity in that committee to the end of the term.
Okay, thank you very much. And anything else? And online, do we have any hands? Okay, we'll go to Councillor Gregg while we're, okay, there's a shake of the head that we don't have anybody's hands raised online. Councillor Gregg.
My question is to back up to the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy Committee. I'm just wondering the relevancy of us having members on that when in the last few years we've seen the expansion or the introduction and the expansion of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee. And that's what makes me wonder if maybe we could learn a little bit more about the merits of why we're sitting on that committee as well. I could see the merit previous to that Community Safety and Wellbeing, but that's kind of what the objective and what they're charged with doing, I think.
Okay, we'll go to Director Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Warden. We have a number of community committees that actually report up to the community and safety and well-being program. So what the community safety and well-being does is it helps assist with any it might be something identified in community through survey. Here's an area of need, here's a gap. Then it would help identify a group such as a community drug and alcohol in order to fill that gap. So that's what it does. It's more of a coordinating body and ensuring that the right pieces are there and the gaps are filled. It doesn't necessarily provide the expertise. We leave that part to people like CMHA and others that are on the Community Drug and Alcohol Committee. So it really is a coordinating body.
Is there a follow-up, Councillor Gregg?
If it was more purely a reporting function, then I would question why we would have two conduits back and forth, as well as a community safety. We wouldn't probably profess to be the experts in the material. So I just wondered if it's still just a reporting function, then I can understand it being like a subset of the community safety and well-being, but is it reporting, or is it something beyond reporting yet?
Through you, Madam Warden. So the Community Drug and Alcohol itself does the body of the work. So they have a group that's come together that has identified areas in our community that probably need some focus. There is a peer advisory committee too. So these are people with lived experience that would comment on projects going forward. We've used the peer committee ourselves when looking at some affordable housing specific to transitional housing or supportive housing. But what the community, so it's not necessarily just a reporting body, it's an action group. So there are actions that are happening. So what happens with the community safety and well-being, it also has action groups under it too, right? So instead of duplicating, we work with what's already existing in the community. If there hadn't been an existing community drug and alcohol committee already, then we probably would have had to develop one through community safety and well-being, because that's certainly something that has been identified. So if you look at mental health, addictions, poverty, these are ones that crime prevention, these are groups that, these are areas that have been identified through community safety and well-being surveys that we need to focus in. But if there's already an existing group, then they're just there to support that group. And the safety and well-being program also has another side to it, where it has our STAR table, in which there are elevated risk to certain individuals. Then they would pull together for wraparound services. So the community safety and well-being has a number of layers to it. One of them being action groups, but we didn't want to duplicate services if there was already something in the community.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Yes, we'll go to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just want to follow up on what Councillor Gregg is saying. I was on that committee for a number of years, and there was an executive coordinator position. Is that position still there, and is it being funded? Are we still funding through Grey and Bruce counties for that position?
Through you, Madam Warden. Yes, we are. So there is a full-time executive position. It is funded 50-50 through Grey County, Bruce County. It's not quite 50-50. It's by population. I think it's 47-53, that kind of idea. That person not only provides assistance to all of the action groups, but it also coordinates and initiates all of the STAR table, attends all of the committee meetings that are at the provincial level to ensure that we're also involved at the provincial level. And we have a new survey that's going to be coming out in 26 to relook at where our areas of need in the community are.
Okay, any other comments? Looking around the room, looking online, not seeing any. Okay, so Madam Clerk and Madam Deputy Clerk, if you could please summarize the actions we need to take. So we realize, I think there is still, do you want to just go piece by piece? I will leave it to your process expertise. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So recognizing the comments from Councillor McKay and Councillor Dobreen about withdrawing their names from the Community Drug and Alcohol and the Accessibility Advisory Committee. That only leaves the Community Services Committee with one extra member, so we could proceed with an election for that committee if there are no other withdrawals to suggest.
Okay, so there on the screen is the final count of those who are interested in being on that. It is one too many, so we would need to do an election. Are there any final comments? Yes, Councillor Greg.
Well, if I could, I'd just like to speak to my candidacy. I would take a moment to acknowledge that I think I'm would be an excellent candidate for that committee, being that a significant amount of the community services is directed through our municipality in Owen Sound. So we are a little more so impacted perhaps than some other municipalities. So I think myself sitting on that committee is particularly filling an acute function between the county and the city in terms of some of the support services that are encapsulated within that committee.
Okay, so then I will then open it to the floor for any others whose name is on the list for community services to make any other comments. I'll go to Councillor Dobreen.
Thank you. I have two questions. It indicates that it's in-person meetings, but we have been able to participate hybridly, especially in inclement weather. The other question that I had was, I've been on that committee, and it is actually, other than being the alternate on the Grey Federation of Agriculture, which the appointee, Councillor McQueen, I don't think has missed a meeting. So I would like to remain on that Community Services Committee and wonder the value of having two representatives from Chatsworth, although they both bring value to the committee, but do we need two representatives from one municipality?
So, Madam Clerk, is there any reason why we cannot have two from one municipality? Oh.
The terms of reference for this particular committee currently state that it's the warden and 6 members, so not restricted to any one municipality. I believe Planning and Economic Development and the PDAC, Planning Economic Development Advisory Committee, is the only one that requires membership from each municipality, but the rest are more flexible in that nature.
Okay, thank you. Are any other comments from any of the other members whose name is standing? I'll go to Councillor McKay.
Yes, thank you. I would like to stay on the Community Service Committee. 41 years of being a healthcare work in the city of Owen Sound, the county of Grey. I've seen a lot of different parts of the community, and I've dealt with a lot of the services. So I think this sounds kind of like getting into elections in 2026, but I think I would be very intelligent person to be on this committee. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, and I am putting a call out to any of the members who have offered their name as a willing partner, willing member of the committee to go ahead and speak their comments. So this is the moment for us to hear from each of the members that wishes to speak. I think I saw my hand. Councillor Mackey, your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I agree with Councillor Dobreen that we do not need 2 members from the Township of Chatsworth on this committee. However, I have served on this committee for a number of years, so I'm not the new guy to the committee. I've worked in social services for the last 42 years and have a pretty good knowledge of the system, and I would like to continue as a county representative on the Social Service Committee. And I would appreciate everyone's support in my re-election. Thank you.
I'm navigating waters here as the warden, and I don't think even as the mayor I've ever needed to go to an election for committee members. I'm going to lean carefully into the process of the clerk's advice. I saw a hand go up over here, I think. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Warden Matrosovs, and through you. I usually am very magnanimous and often step down in favor of others, but this is the only committee that I serve on. I've not missed a meeting. It's been a very a bit of a learning curve, but it's been very rewarding as well. And I've enjoyed serving on it. And if I am elected, I will do my very best to represent Owen Sound's interests and Meaford's and everyone on County Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members whose name is being offered to the list that wish to speak? Yeah, in the meantime, I'll go to Madam Clerk.
At risk of speaking for Councillor Nielsen, he's just online and you just can check in with him to see if he has any comments.
Okay, yes, I have been watching for hands there. Okay, there, the virtual hands gone up and down. So Councillor Nielsen, would you like to say something?
I wasn't planning on campaigning here today. I enjoy the community services, and I've been open and honest that the whole reason I ran for county council was to be part of community services. I've been the chair for the last 3 years. I would love to continue to be the chair and to continue to be on this committee. And I won't say any more. I'm enjoying hearing everybody plead their case.
I can just say, isn't it wonderful that something such as community services is a hot spot that everybody wants to sit on? I think that's excellent news. It demonstrates the commitment that is around this horseshoe. Councillor Dicker, would you like to say anything?
I guess I'd be the odd guy out if I didn't say something. But I as well, I really do enjoy that committee. It's very educational. I have served as vice chair on that committee for the last 3 years, I guess. And I too would like to stay on there. So whatever the wishes of the horseshoe here are, that would be what we live with. But I would appreciate staying on as well.
Okay, thank you. And so we've heard from all the members whose names have been put forth. I'll go to Councillor Patterson, who has raised her hand.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm wondering if County Council would consider expanding the committee by one, since we have such good representatives for this committee. Make it easier on us on the vote.
So Madam Clerk, what is the parameter that we can operate in terms of expanding? Can we do a motion before this motion to add? It doesn't tip quorum. So I'll just let you answer for the benefit of anyone following.
Thank you. So if council wishes to add an additional member to the committee, the terms of reference on this one are very specific. So it would require a motion to amend the terms of reference to add one additional member, and that could be done here today if you wish.
You've heard it from the clerk. So what is the will of the committee of the whole? Proceed to election, or is there somebody who's going to move the composition motion regarding the composition? Councillor DeBreen.
I'm quite prepared if I'm not selected to be on this committee. I wave to council. I don't think that in a difficult budget year that we should be adding more members to a committee because we're afraid to step down. But as a member of the Township of Southgate, that is experiencing or has experienced significant growth and in-migration from our GTA partners, experiencing the loss of a county housing project because of Grand River Conservation Authority. I feel I bring value to this committee. So that's my election pitch. I will propose that we go to an election and let the chips fall where they may.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Warden. I'm very impressed with the dedication of everyone and their interest in it. I'm a very busy mayor, and so I will withdraw.
Okay, thank you very much, Counselor Kentner. And I do see Counselor McQueen's hand up on the virtual line.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden. I was going to move or second the idea that Sue Patterson had with regards to increasing one. If we have this great interest, and I understand that Mayor Beaver has made that comment, but I think he's very passionate about being on here. Well, if Councillor Patterson was going to move that motion, I would second it.
So Counselor Patterson, are you moving that motion?
Yes, I will move that motion.
Okay, so I didn't hear a motion, but I did hear Counselor Patterson float that she was interested in moving that motion, and I've heard that there is a willing seconder. So Counselor Patterson is moving that the terms of reference of the committee of the Community Services Committee be updated. It's been moved by Counselor Patterson and seconded by Counselor McQueen. So it's now on the floor for discussion. In the meantime, we've heard from Counselor Kentner, who has offered to withdraw his name for this particular term cycle. We'll go to alternate Counselor Hutchinson.
Yes, appreciate the conversation, and it sounds like there's a lot of interest. I'm almost wondering if they're going to review the terms of reference, that you should look at making this one representative from each municipality, since all municipalities are affected by these services. So just something to keep in mind if they are going to look at reviewing the terms. So thank you.
Okay, so that, Madam Clerk, would have to be an amendment to the main motion that's on the floor right now.
I apologize. I was distracted myself with a clarification on the potential vacancy that we now have while we're increasing to an additional member. So I was just getting clarification from Councillor Kentner. Could you repeat the question?
Alternate Counselor Hutchinson asked if it were to be, since we're discussing a motion to expand the number of people sitting on it, the question that he had is, what about making it one from each of the 9 municipalities, like the Economic Development Committee? That was his question. I'll let you speak. I asked then, to me, that sounds too substantial to what we've just said. That would have to be an amendment to the motion that's on the floor right now from Councillor Patterson and Councillor McQueen. Do you concur, or am I losing my path?
I do agree with that. And what I could suggest is that towards the end of each council term, the clerk's department does a review with senior staff at the Grey County, and we look at the committee structure, what committees we think we will need going forward, what ones have become redundant or met their goals. So there is a report coming forward in 2026 that will look at all of that, and we'll look for council's feedback on, along with the staff recommendation, what those committees could look like for the next term of council.
Okay, so, and this, of course, being an advisory committee that simply makes its recommendations to the full council, who participates in actual decision-making on whichever topic. So Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving that motion? The amendment to the main motion?
No, I'll leave it at this time. It sounds like they're going to review it. So just something to keep in mind in the future.
Okay, thank you. So we are still with the motion from Councillor Patterson and Councillor McQueen to add one more position on the committee. I'll go to Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I would encourage Councillor Kentner to leave his name in the hat, and we're all big people around here, and we've all been through elections, and most have won and lost, and I think we should have an election. I don't think we need to add an additional position every time we're faced with an election. We did that with the Budget and Finance Committee, and which is fine, but I don't think that's necessary, just because we've got a lot of interested parties, all very good candidates, and the committee will be well served regardless of who we select. So I think we should just carry on.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this motion to add an extra position? Okay. Oh, was that a hand, Councillor McQueen?
Yep.
Yes, go ahead.
Just following up with you, Madam Warden, the comments that have been made. I think it's, when you have an election and by this simple motion that's there, this allows everybody who has strong interest to be on this for this particular year. I worry about when you have an election and somebody ends up not successful. We have all great candidates here, and I would just prefer just to call the question and see if that does carry, and then we move from there. If it doesn't, then I guess the default would be election. But I know that, as the member said, we're big people here, but for one person to add to this, I think it's a simple matter of just adding that for this year. Thank you. So call the question, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't see any further hands up, and oh, wait, we've got Councillor Carleton. Go ahead, Councillor Carleton.
Thank you. If we're concerned about the added person on that committee, budget and finance is running short, so we're just moving one to the other.
So it all comes out in the wash. Yes, Madam Clerk.
So just for confirmation, so we're all operating for the same page. Right now, there's the motion on the floor to increase by 1 member to a total of 7 plus the warden. But we have had a withdrawal as well. So there will not, if this goes through, there won't be an election either way. We will still be looking for a member if this motion does pass, because Councillor Kenner has withdrawn his name unless he would like to re-add it back in.
Yes, I think we have to not get too far ahead of ourselves. We have to entertain this motion. Then when we know how many positions there are, then I will give the privilege to Councillor Kentner to voice whether or not he is interested should this create a vacancy. Okay, so I don't see any further hands up then. I will ask then all those in favor of adding the extra position to the Community Services Committee. And I see 5. Yeah, so that motion fails. So we are still at the same number of positions. And Councillor Kentner, just because we've just had that motion, I'll just confirm with you that, are you still willing to withdraw your name?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then, Madam Clerk, that means that we will not have to have an election. We have now filled all of the available positions. Director Shaw, don't you feel good about being so popular? So again, it's a wonderful testimony to all of everyone around the table that cares about this topic and who are duly electing their colleagues to get through the details of the items that come across that table and be able to present them to all of us so that we can all buy in and all make those decisions together. So it is wonderful to see such enthusiasm for all of the participation of the committees. I appreciate that. So with that then, Madam Clerk, do you have any other business that you need?
Just there's the motion on the floor, so perhaps voting on that and then to make the appointments official, just a main motion to appoint the additional members that have not been outlined in the report. It does help us for auditing and record keeping that we go through that actual formal process.
Okay, so you want us to call the question that is currently on the floor, moved and seconded, and then we'll do an additional motion to identify the names that were added because they're not in the report. If somebody looked at this years from now, they'd need to see the continuity of all the names. Okay, so with that then, the original motion was moved and seconded. We are back to accepting what's in the report. We will then add the additional names with an additional motion. So on this motion that is currently on the floor, all those in favor? And that is passed. And then we will need a second motion then to accept the additional names that fill the vacancies that were described in the report. That's moved by Councillor Mackey, seconded by Councillor Eccles. Any discussion? Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warren. On the Budget and Finance Committee, did we not establish that we wanted a representative from each municipality? So we would was that not the reason we extended it an additional member so that each municipality would have representation? I thought that was the purpose of expanding the membership. And if that's the case, I believe Southgate is the municipality that's missing from that committee.
I do recall the discussion, but Madam Clerk, I thought we didn't, that didn't actually pass.
So just reviewing the terms of reference, I can't remember what the specific motions were that were considered, but the terms of reference that were adopted had the warden plus up to 8 members. And there's no specific mention of representation from each municipality.
Okay, so thank you for raising that clarification. So it is possible for there to be one from each municipality, but it is not required as in comparison to the economic development. Okay. And there remains 1 vacancy. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not seeing anything further, so we need to pass the motion about the additional names. Oh, wait. Oh, I'll go to Councillor McQueen. I'm going to need a mover and a seconder for the additional names. Councillor McQueen, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is back when that terms of reference was changed, possibly the deputy warden was the warden, and that may be how they had the Southgate representative at that time. I'm not sure the timing or the date of that, but anyway, that's just a comment. And I will move, if you need a mover, I will move.
Well, thank you. I really do need a mover. Thank you. So moved by Councillor McQueen that the additional names that have offered to serve to fill the vacancies that that were identified in the report to be added, their names to be added. We will need a seconder, seconded by Councillor Carlton. So it's now on the floor for discussion. Any discussion about the extra names to be added for the vacancies? Okay. In that case, all in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank goodness. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do not have any closed session matters. And is there any other business? Seeing no hands raised, are there any notices of motion to serve? Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I will be working with the Clerk's Department to bring a motion to the next council meeting that will reflect that on the adoption of the 2026 budget, the Budget and Finance Committee be dissolved.
Thank you. Any other notices of motion? Not seeing any. Okay. And then in that case, then I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Pringle, I missed your hand the last time. I'll take you as moving, and Councillor McKay is seconding. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.